start? Good morning and welcome, everyone. My name is Judith Teruya, and I am the lead designated federal officer for the President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, which I will refer to as the Commission. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 9th public meeting of the Commission, which was authorized through President Biden's signing of Executive Order 14031 and amended through Executive Order 14109 to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islander communities. Since our last meeting in February 2024, the Commission's 6 subcommittees have continued to engage with subject matter experts, drafting their final report and deliberating and preparing recommendations that will be shared in detail both with the full Commission and the public over the course of this meeting. This is a federal advisory committee, and it operates under the regulations of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. The advisory committee process ensures an independent review in an open and public manner with opportunities for public participation. To ensure that all voices are heard, we need the public's cooperation in organizing communications with the Commission. For our community members and partners watching the live stream of this meeting, the broadcast includes an American Sign Language interpreter and closed captioning services for those who are hard of hearing. We will not be having oral comments at today's meeting. However, you may submit written comments at any time to aanhpicommission@hhs.gov. That is aanhpicommission@hhs.gov. And your messages will be shared with the Commission for their consideration. Tomorrow, on July 2nd, the Commissioners will host an in-person listening session to hear from individuals who have responded to the Commission's request for public comment posted in the Federal Register earlier this year. If any members of the Commission are contacted by special interest groups, please refer the contact to your designated federal officer. We will arrange to share the information with the full Commission in accordance with FACA requirements. I will also invite members of the public who are tuning in to visit our website at hhs.gov/about/WHIAANHPI or WIAMPI register for updates on the White House Initiative and the Commission to learn more about our activities. There you can find information about the Commission, including their charter, Commissioner biographies, and past meeting materials. We will also announce upcoming Commission meeting dates and locations on this site, as well as through the Federal Register. I am pleased to now introduce Ms. Crystal Ka'ai, who serves as the Executive Director of the White House Initiative and the Commission. She is the first Native Hawaiian to be appointed to this role, where she is responsible for advising the Biden-Harris administration on the coordination and implementation of federal programs, policies, and initiatives to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. Please welcome Ms. Crystal Ka'ai.
Thank you so much, Judith. Good morning, Commissioners, and good morning to those of you tuning in from the general public watching us via live stream. As Judith mentioned, my name is Crystal Ka'ai, and I serve as both the executive director in February of 2022, and they have been hard at work ever since then. As I mentioned, this is their 9th public convening as a commission, but they have also been hosting dozens and dozens of subcommittee meetings over the past 2.5 years. They've also held 2, soon to be 3, public listening sessions with the community. And we are so thrilled to be here in the Twin Cities in Minnesota and want to thank Commissioner Ka-Ying Yang for encouraging us to come here to the Twin Cities to be able to engage with the very vibrant Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander population here. We are so thrilled also that earlier this year, and many of you joined us in May, to celebrate our 25th anniversary since both this White House Initiative and the President's Advisory Commission were first created under the Clinton administration in 1999. And ever since then, under both Democratic and Republican administrations, we have seen the tremendous growth and engagement of our AA and NHPI populations all across the country. And I'm a little biased, but I think our commission, I'm just so proud of the work that they have done over the past nearly 2.5 years. They have been the most active commission to date in terms of their engagement, in terms of the volume of the recommendations that they have been submitting to the president. Over 70 recommendations to date to the president, and we still have more that we're going to be considering today. And what's really unique about this commission and what I'm so proud about just under the leadership of our Chief Commissioner Sonal Shah, Deputy Chief Commissioner Sarah Min, and all of our commissioners here today, is seeing that these commissioners have also made sure that they're not just racking up recommendations to submit at the end of their term, but they have been submitting rolling recommendations, meaning that we have been able to implement so many of their recommendations in real time. And in fact, one of those recommendations is being implemented today to ensure that we are doing live language translations for some of our top Asian American languages as part of this commission meeting. So we're really, again, testament and so proud of the commissioners for making that recommendation, and excited to test that today, and hoping to make sure that that is a part of the work that we do moving forward for many of our events. I also want to acknowledge the leadership of our two co-chairs, Secretary Javier Becerra, who is the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and then also U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Catherine Tai, who will be joining us in person later today. The Secretary, unfortunately, was unable to join us in person, but he has submitted a special video message, and so I have the honor of introducing his video. The Secretary is a trailblazer for our community and serves as the 25th Secretary of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and he's the first Latino in history to ever hold this office. He has been a tremendous leader for so many communities, including our diverse AA and NHPI populations, previously serving as the Attorney General for the state of California, and also 12 terms in the U.S. Congress as a member of the House of Representatives, where he represented a very large Asian American population in his congressional district. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it now over to our AV team to play the Secretary's remarks.
I'd like to begin by thanking our co-chair, Ambassador Catherine Tai, our Executive Director, Crystal Kai, and our White House boss, Erica Moritsugu, for their leadership of the White House Initiative and President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. I want to extend a big shout out to our commissioners for their tireless work and commitment to advancing equity for the American people. Together, we've achieved some seriously remarkable milestones. We've approved 77 cross-cutting recommendations for the President's consideration. These recommendations have propelled crucial advancements for AA and NHPI communities on a multitude of issues: combating hate crimes, promoting data disaggregation, advancing health equity, and much more. Just last month, HHS released new research showing underserved communities, including the AA and NHPI community, made historic gains in healthcare coverage since the implementation of the Affordable Care Act. And thanks to the Commission's efforts to uplift the importance of language access for AA and NHPI communities, HHS is making our programs, policies, and publications more accessible to millions of limited English proficient communities. It has been a long and sometimes challenging few years. Recovering from the worst of COVID has been an arduous journey. The rise in anti-Asian hate has sowed anxiety in our communities. But this commission, as a national voice, has displayed remarkable strength and resilience, inspiring hope and solidarity. Our strength lies in our diversity. This commission plays a pivotal role in amplifying the voices of traditionally underserved communities. Through your efforts, we are confronting and tackling inequities. Our work ensures that every member of our diverse tapestry has a seat at the table, and you keep the door of prosperity open for all. To our commission members, thank you for all your work. Let's have another successful meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for those remarks. We next have the honor of hearing from our White House boss, Erica Moritsugu, who serves as the Deputy Assistant to the President and our Senior Liaison to the A and NHPI community. A historic first. Her role was newly created under the Biden-Harris administration and sits in the White House Chief of Staff's office. And Erica has been a tremendous ally to all of us here in the President's Advisory Commission and the initiative. So without further ado, turn it over to my friend, Erica.
Mahalo, Crystal. Honestly, I mean, your leadership of this commission and the initiative has been breathtaking, and I'm very proud of everything that we've been able to accomplish together in partnership. Aloha, y'all. On behalf of the White House, welcome to our commissioners and our online audience to the 9th meeting of the President's Advisory Commission on AA and NHPIs. It's wonderful to be back in the Twin Cities in our beloved St. Paul. I will say it is no exception this time, even though it is July, that it is refreshingly cold again. But I can now say Minnesota is a place of cold noses. I've got my tissues here, and warm hearts. And Commissioner Young, thank you so much for welcoming us back here and making this experience really productive and deeply meaningful. I want to begin by thanking all of the President's commissioners for their tireless work over the past 2.5 years. Your service to the community and our President will have a lasting impact, and we're indebted to you for your commitment of time, energy, muscle, and wisdom. Since the Commission last convened on February 27th of this year, we've had some major accomplishments in this community, including landmark data desegregation improvements, gun violence prevention, lowering costs for our hardworking Americans, and many more. I wanted to take a few moments to highlight some of these for you. One of the most consequential events since we last met, and maybe for the past decades, for our community, is the announcement of a rule improving the way the government collects detailed information on race and ethnicity. You'll hear it directly from the architect of this historic stride, from the exquisites, Nani Coloretti, from the Office of Management and Budget. But let me bottom line it for you first, and it's in a quick preview. For the first time, every federal agency that collects race and ethnicity information is now required to collect detailed data beyond what was minimally required. This means we'll be able to see data for Asian Indians, Chinese, Korean, Hmong, and Samoan communities, just as an example. These new standards will help once invisible communities become visible in our policymaking and in our national narrative and understanding of the communities that make up our great nation. This was the culmination of literally decades of work by our community leaders, the first improvement in nearly 30 years, and a policy change that I've been working on for my entire adult life. And that's a long time. Okay. Because, and our glamour geek Nani will make this clear when she addresses you later, this data is not just an entry in a data spreadsheet or a point on a graph. This data represents a person who is a part of a family, who is a part of a community that makes up this great nation. It's a part of seeing the whole truth of the whole story of our nation. Last week, on the 2-year anniversary of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act signing, we held the first ever Asian American and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander Gun Violence Prevention Roundtable at the White House. After the prior administration saw the largest one-year increase in murders ever recorded, this new law has helped drive violent crime down to an almost 50-year low. And as we have all known, and as dominant culture world now knows, gun violence has impacted the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities far more than has been previously understood outside of the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community. So I've worked with many in the broader gun violence prevention community, even before I joined the White House, on the scourge of hate-fueled violence and how acts of hate can reverberate across entire communities and across the entire nation. Now, on the same day as this roundtable last week, the U.S. Surgeon General, Admiral Dr. Vivek Murthy, issued a landmark advisory on firearm violence, declaring firearm violence in America to be a public health crisis. This will help drive added attention and resources to more support that we need to prepare for, survive, and prevent firearm violence. Now, I want to talk about an issue that's important to so many around this table and kitchen tables everywhere in America, and that's inflation. President Biden knows that a lot of families are feeling squeezed by the cost of living. That's why his top economic priority is lowering costs. The president has directed his administration to use every available tool to lower costs for families in each important area of their budgets. We have more work to do, but this plan is already putting thousands of dollars back in many families' pockets on everything from the cost of insulin to inhalers, to home heating, to credit card fees, and gas prices. Now, this might not sound like much to the wealthy, but those savings add up for hardworking Americans. And the president is fighting to extend these savings to more Americans who stand to save thousands of dollars more each year. The White House Council of Economic Advisors noted the progress recently that we've made in grocery prices, finding that relative to average wages, groceries are now as affordable as they were in 2019. And for those of you who don't follow the Council of Economic Advisors on a day-to-day basis, you might be more familiar with stores like Aldi, Target, and Walmart, who've announced price cuts. And let me address another top-of-mind kitchen table policy: housing prices. Just last week, U.S. Secretary of the Treasury Janet Yellen announced new efforts by the Treasury Department to use its existing authorities to increase the supply of housing as a part of the Biden administration's push to lower costs. And this is important. In announcing these new initiatives, Secretary Yellen noted that, and I'm going to quote her here, "Given the scale of the challenge, we must and will continue to do more." Now, in conclusion, I want to reiterate how grateful I am to each and every commissioner for the many hours of tireless work that you do. Every day, the White House and the Asian American and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander community owe you a deep debt of gratitude. So mahalo nui loa for your service. Now, it's my honor to introduce Kota Mizutani, Senior Advisor, and I just messed up my notes, so hang on just a second. I can catch up. Senior Advisor to the Office of Public Engagement at the White House. Kota previously served in several positions on Capitol Hill, including as the Asian American Pacific American Institute for Congressional Studies Congressional Fellow for Representative Mark Takano of California and Staff Assistant to Representative Don Beyer of Virginia. Most recently, he served as the Deputy Communications Director for the House Committee on Education and the Workforce under Ranking Member Robert C. Bobby Scott of Virginia. Kota was born and raised in Northern California and is a graduate of Brown University. Ladies and gentlemen and gentlefolk, I give you Kota Mizutani. Kota, over to you.
Thank you so much, Erica. Thank you all. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that introduction. I also want to quickly add that I was actually, as an undergrad during the Obama administration, an intern with the White House Initiative. So I'm particularly pleased to be with all of you today as a senior advisor with the White House Office of Public Engagement, where I have the honor of being the ANHPI liaison. I also want to thank Crystal and the WIAMPI team for all their hard work, Commissioner Young, and all of our Minnesota hosts for the warm welcome and for sharing your community with all of us. Super humbled to be with all of you, surrounded by all these dedicated leaders here at the table. I've had the pleasure of meeting and working with some of you already, but I am just thrilled to formally introduce myself to the commission in its entirety. As mentioned, I previously served in a variety of positions in Congress, but my public service journey really did start entirely with the AA and NHPI community. I was fortunate at an early age to be exposed to the history of Japanese American incarceration during World War II. And learning that history was the gateway for me to learn about the injustices that all of our communities have faced and continue to face. But it was really learning about the redress and reparations movement for that Japanese American incarceration that made me realize the power that we have to secure real and meaningful change for our communities at the federal level. When it is done for the community, by our communities, not just to right past wrongs, but to proactively improve the lives of all Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. So that is why I'm honored to serve as the ANHPI liaison with the Office of Public Engagement. And as you all know, under the leadership of this administration and Stephen K. Benjamin, the Office of Public Engagement has continued to serve as the front door to the White House, ensuring that this administration intentionally brings in and lifts up those who remain underserved, including many of our AA and NHPI communities. So I am pleased to share that with your support and with your help, in the roughly 4 months that I've been in this position, we've continued to fulfill that very important mission. And that includes working with the initiative on this year's very successful National AA and NHPI Heritage Month celebration, to hosting a live Q&A with AA and NHPI astronaut Sulene Williams while she was aboard the International Space Station, organizing the first ever White House Roundtable to assess and address the impact of gun violence on our communities, as Erica mentioned, and most recently working with the initiative to put on the first AA and NHPI Pride Month convening under this administration at the White House, and we were privileged to have Dr. Samoa to help lead that event for queer and trans-Pacific Islanders and LGBTQIA+ Asian Americans. So just want to thank all of you for your support, your continued leadership. I want to thank Crystal and Erica, who I am the privilege of doing this work with. And I just look forward to continuing our partnership and working with each of you to find new ways to engage our communities, to improve the lives of AA and NHPIs, and of course to build a country where everyone can succeed. So with that, it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Nani Coloretti. As you all know, as the Deputy Secretary of Housing and Urban Development under the Obama administration, she was the highest-ranking Filipino American, and she continues to hold that distinction as the Deputy Director of the White House Office of Management and Budget under the Biden-Harris administration. And she's going to share with us some of the recent game-changing updates that she led to improve the standards that govern how the federal government maintains, collects, and presents data on race and ethnicity.
Thank you so much, Kota. Good morning, everybody. As Kota said, my name is Nani Coloretti, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Office of Management and Budget. And it's really a pleasure to be speaking here to you today, here in Minnesota's very beautiful Capitol building. While I come to you as the Deputy Director of OMB, I also come to you as the highest-ranking Filipino American in the Biden administration, an honor I held in the Obama-Biden administration, and also someone who grew up in Hawaii, as someone who served in local government for many years in San Francisco. And I know that the work you do on the commission is incredibly important, and it's important to me, both professionally and personally. So I want to say thank you for your service. Today, I'm going to talk about our recent updates to Statistical Policy Directive 15 on race and ethnicity data, which prioritizes data disaggregation. The Commission previously made 2 recommendations on this issue 2 years ago, and I'm thrilled to discuss the progress we've made towards them. We're actively working to ensure that federal statistics accurately and relevantly capture the diversity of the American people, including the diversity of AA and NHPI communities. But let me start by saying just a few words about the White House Office of Management and Budget. We serve the President of the United States in implementing his vision across the executive branch, and we are the largest staff component of the executive offices of the President. President Biden has called OMB the nerve center of government, and for good reason. There is someone at OMB who knows key information about every agency and every program in the federal government in order to help the President make the best informed decisions, and our work spans federal regulation, agency management like procurement, technology, and human resource policy, in addition to the federal budget. And in fact, as you might know, my colleague Erica Moritsugu calls us the nerd center of government. That is a nickname we proudly own. OMB is uniquely suited to build equity into the general business of government and to make sure that it works better for all of us. So we're pushing on every open door, regulatory, budgetary, and legislative, to continue to increase opportunity and equity across government. Our recent revisions to SPD 15 are one way that we're pushing on this. We can't serve communities unless we can see them. And aggregated data of the AA and NHPI communities often obscures significant disparities within groups. For example, while total cancer rates for the AA and NHPI populations are actually on average lower than the white population, disaggregated data shows that the rate of liver cancer for Laotian women is more than 9 times higher than for white women. Only by disaggregating data can we begin to uncover and work on solving these disparities. The Data Disaggregation Subcommittee of WIAMPI approved 2 recommendations at the May 2022 full commission meeting. Recommendation 1 was for OMB to update the minimum standards in order to produce fairer, more accurate data for all communities, including the AA and NHPI communities. The second recommendation was for key federal agencies, including OMB, to partner with communities and advocates to ensure this data is usable and relevant to communities, advocates, and other outside groups. And I'm excited to say that OMB has made significant progress towards both of these recommendations. As you know, this March, OMB published a set of updates to Statistical Policy Directive 15, SPD 15, standards for maintaining, collecting, and presenting federal data on race and ethnicity. This was the first update to these standards since 1997, nearly 30 years ago. It took the combined effort of staff across dozens of federal agencies and input from thousands of members of the public. The working group charged with updating the standards received over 20,000 public comments to its initial proposals. It hosted 94 listening sessions, 3 public virtual town halls, and a tribal consultation. I particularly want to thank you, the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, along with the AA and HPI community at large, for advocating for data disaggregation, for this data disaggregation requirement for a very long time and over many years. And we are continuing to hear from advocates from the AA and HPI community to provide input on how we're going to implement these standards. I also want to thank the Middle Eastern and North African community who have long advocated for a MENA minimum category distinct from the other categories and for advocating for data disaggregation also. The updated standards require the collection of additional detail beyond the minimum required race and ethnicity categories. This is required for all minimum categories, including the Asian category and the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander category. This will ensure that federal data collections measure and reflect the diverse experiences of the American people, including the AA and HPI community. The updated standards also require race and ethnicity information to be collected using one combined question, allowing people to select as many options as apply to fully reflect how they identify. As I mentioned, it adds Middle Eastern or North African or MENA as a new minimum category, and it removes outdated terminology. The updated standards came into effect the day they were published on March 28th. Staff from our Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, otherwise known as OIRA, immediately started working with federal agencies and programs on implementation. And we already have planned data collections that adopted the revised race ethnicity questions and will start using updated forms and surveys shortly. For example, the CDC's and FDA's National Youth Tobacco Surveys for 2024 through 2026 are now compliant with the updated standards. The National Institute of Standard and Technologies, or NIST's, measurement of risk preferences and perception for experts in community resilience planning fields are also now compliant with the updated standards. And FEMA's new demographic options, which include using the race and ethnicity detailed question, has been rolled into their new online system in time for peak hurricane season. So it will be easier for some programs to make these changes than for others. A lot of important data is collected by non-federal entities like schools, jails, or hospitals, and then reported up to federal agencies. So these scenarios will require planning and coordination to implement the new standards. But we're committed to getting this done as correctly and quickly as possible. Looking forward, the update instructs agencies to begin updating their data collections as soon as possible. By September 2025, all Chief Financial Officer or CFO Act agencies, these are the 24 largest agencies in the federal government, and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission will need to submit an agency action plan describing how the agency intends to comply with the updated standards. These action plans are intended to help us identify and strategize how to provide support to the programs that are going to need it, with the goal of meeting the SPD 15's requirement for every single data collection across the government to be following these updated standards within 5 years, in other words, no later than March 2029. Additionally, OMB's Office of the U.S. Chief Statistician has convened an interagency committee comprised of federal career staff to focus on race and ethnicity data standard implementation. This group will maintain a government-wide research agenda, undertake cyclical reviews of the standards, and more immediately and very importantly, focus on implementing the updated standards across the federal government. So I'm excited to say that this group, the Federal Committee on SPD 15, kicked off in May, and they're already hard at work focusing on implementation. So at OMB and within the broader Biden administration, we are committed to doing work that advances equity for all, including communities that have long been underserved and left behind. Our revisions to SPD 15 are but one example of that commitment, and we're committed to seeing it through. So I encourage everyone to visit and bookmark spd15revision.gov. That's our storefront into all of this incredible work, and where you can find the revised SPD 15, the working group's final recommendations report, and additional tools and information and updates. So I'm inspired by all of you here in the commission, along with everyone tuning in on live stream. You are our partners in this important work, and your advocacy on behalf of the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities helps hold us accountable, and it makes our work better. So thank you for your time, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Nani, and thank you to all of our esteemed White House speakers for joining us today. Next, we are going to hear from our Chief Commissioner, Sonal Shah, a woman who needs no introduction, but who has been our tremendous leader on this commission for the past 2.5 years. And so she'll go over our commission's charge and goals for the meeting, and then we will start to go into our subcommittee updates. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Sonal.
Thank you, Crystal, and thank you, Nani. Welcome to our 9th public meeting of the commission. I really want to thank our co-chairs, HHS Secretary Javier Becerra, and for his virtual remarks earlier. And I'm looking forward to hearing from Ambassador Catherine Tai this afternoon, and it will be great to hear her reflections today. Also want to acknowledge the whole team that works on the commission with us. So I just really, a huge thank you to everyone. I'm gonna name a few, but I know I'm gonna miss a few here. So Judith, Erica, Andrew, Kota, Crystal, Erica, Caroline, everybody has been it's so great to work with all of you. So thank you for all the great work y'all do for us, and I appreciate it. And none of this happens without this team, just so you know. We all sort of are dependent on when the meetings are scheduled, who's coming. They keep us on track, so really it's important. This is an exciting meeting, and I also want to just thank Commissioner Yang for all of your work and having us come here, pushing for us to come here, but also just all the great work. Yesterday, I got to participate in the meeting you hosted and pulled together, and a huge thanks to Mia Ives Rubley for her leadership also in setting up that meeting yesterday. And it was just an important part of what we've been able to do. Today, the commission is also piloting live simultaneous interpretation, as Crystal told you, in Chinese or Mandarin, Hmong, Korean, and Vietnamese. That's a huge move from a commission and for all the recommendations that we've had. It's great to see that a recommendation that was made in February is being implemented today, and that, thank you. Thank you to the team for making this happen. If you are viewing this live stream and would like to listen to the meeting, to this meeting in Mandarin, Hmong, Korean, or Vietnamese, please submit an email request to aanhpicommission@hhs.gov. That's aanhpicommission@hhs.gov, and a staff member will provide instructions for accessing the live interpretation. Again, that is aanhpicommission@hhs.gov. Reminder for our role again for the commission as we move forward. Commission is authorized with Executive Order 14031 as amended by Executive Order 14109. These executive orders establish the 25-member President's Advisory Commission through September 2025 and charges this commission with advising the president on ways to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for AA and NHPI communities. Key priorities for the commission range from advancing inclusion, belonging, and public awareness of the diversity and accomplishments of AA and NHPI people, cultures, and histories to improving data disaggregation, language access, closing gaps in health, socioeconomic, employment, and educational outcomes, identifying strategies to increase public and private sector collaboration, and much more. The commission and each of our subcommittees are tasked with conducting research to inform their policy recommendations. The commission only makes policy recommendations. We do not enact or make policy. Just want to remind everyone that these have been, as Crystal reminded us, that these are rolling recommendations. So what's been great about these rolling recommendations is many of them have been implemented along the way, and we've been able to learn from each time and add to our rolling recommendations. So we've not waited till the end of the commission to provide our recommendations. In fact, we've been giving them. So huge thanks to Erica and Crystal for making this happen and for giving us the advice on how to do this better. So appreciate it for all the work that you have done. And again, I just want to remind everyone and everybody online that we are not making policy here. We're making policy recommendations to the administration, and that is our role. So we make sure that, as you heard from Nani, they have taken the policy recommendations and implemented them, but that is our job. So a recap of what our subcommittees have been doing. As of February 2024, the commission has approved 77 recommendations on a rolling basis. So in case everybody thinks we've not been busy, we have been very busy. Because each of these recommendations is not just a recommendation we make. It means there's a lot of work that goes into understanding what the issues are, understanding from the experts in the administration as well as outside what's happening before we make the recommendation. So it is a lot of work, but a huge thanks to all of you for the amount of work that has gone into this. Each recommendation is a step forward in addressing the needs and challenges facing our community. In today's session, you will hear directly from the subcommittees as they present on the priority areas and problem areas that they have been focused on. Additionally, they will share the recommendations they have drafted to present to the full commission and to share with the general public. On behalf of the commission, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to the community in St. Paul, Minnesota, for hosting us in your state capital. It is a beautiful building, and we are truly grateful for the opportunity to be here. A reminder to the public that there is no in-person participation for this meeting, but the commission is hosting an in-person listening session tomorrow, July 2nd, with the local Minnesota community. Should there be any recommendations that require further refinement or exploration, the commission will decide to revisit these before making a final vote and advancing them to the president. And to my fellow commissioners, please remember to turn your table tent sideways so we know when to call on you if you have questions or comments, and I can't put this back together. And please remember to turn your mic on before you speak. We will also ask to keep side conversations to a minimum so we can all hear what your comments and we can moderate. And the interpreters can also hear you. Please speak slowly enough so the interpreters can keep up with the comments that are being made. So with that, it is my honor to turn it over to fellow Deputy Chief Commissioner Sarah Min to move us forward.
Thank you, Sonal. Good morning, everybody. Now we will move into presentations of our subcommittee recommendations. Thanks to all the commissioners and subcommittees for continuing to develop continued recommendations to the president. Everybody appreciates the time and effort that you've all put in. We will be hearing from 6 subcommittees today, 5 of whom have drafted recommendations that they would like our full commission to discuss and vote on, and we will hear updates from the 6th subcommittee on their work. Please note that all voting will be reserved until the end of the presentations to allow robust dialogue and any amended changes commissioners would like to make before voting on final recommendations to advance to the president. We will start first with the Belonging, Inclusion, Anti-Asian Hate, Anti-Discrimination Subcommittee, which will share an overview of their priorities, subcommittee meetings, and a recommendation they would like to make to the full commission. I will now turn it over to Commissioner Kamal Khalsi to provide updates on behalf of the subcommittee.
Thank you, Sarah. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here today with all of you. I am a co-chair, along with Ms. Louisa Blue, of the Belonging, Inclusion, Anti-Asian Hate, Anti-Discrimination Subcommittee. We should come up with an acronym for that. Our members are Teresita Bateola, Emily Chen, Daniel Day Kim, Grace Wong, and Smita Shah. And our non-commissioned member, Madiha Hussein. Our DFO is Judith Teruya, and our priority issue areas are as follows. supporting leadership opportunities for AA and NHPI individuals in government, business, nonprofit, and media, education about AA and NHPI communities, address educational equity and access to opportunity, standardizing hate crimes and hate incident definitions, addressing the needs of AA and NHPI communities in the aftermath of the Lahaina tragedy, increasing federal transparency on data regarding domestic terrorism and white supremacist organizations, alternative means of reporting hate crimes or hate incidents, improving federal data collection of hate crimes and hate incidents, prevention of anti-Asian hate in all spheres of life, including media, business, education, government, and online forums, increasing resources for victims, and preventing gun violence targeting AA and NHPI communities. Those were our priority issue areas. Our presenters were Amy Agbayani, former commissioner, President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. She shared her personal perspective on the Maui wildfire response and recovery efforts as a private citizen invested in community response. Another presenter was Michelle Kawane, former commissioner, President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. She shared her personal perspective on the Maui wildfire response and recovery efforts as a private citizen invested in the community response as well. Another presenter was Robert J. Fenton, Regional Administrator, Region 9, Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. He presented on FEMA's response to the Maui wildfires in August 2023. And now I pass it to my co-chair, Louisa Blue.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Louisa Blue from Northern California. So this is our problem statement, number 1. On August 8, 2023, Maui's catastrophic wildfires killed at least 100 people and destroyed thousands of structures, most of them homes. Lahaina, Hawaii is a historically and culturally significant Native Hawaiian site and is home to a diverse population that includes a vibrant Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander community, as well as a significant number of limited English proficient residents. Maui and its residents, particularly in historic Lahaina, have struggled to recover amidst a severe housing crisis and inadequate support for non-English speaking populations. And I'm going to turn it over to Co-Commissioner Teresita Batayola, who really spearheaded this recommendation that we're proposing today.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Blue. I'm Teresita Batayola from Seattle, Washington. We only have one giant-sized recommendation that attempts to address key aspects of the needs that the executive branch can address. So the Commission recommends that executive branch agencies institutionalize and/or take the following new actions. 1, housing crisis mitigation. FEMA should review and assess its actions to date in response to the Maui wildfires, particularly any impacts to housing costs and displacement of local residents. Actions under review should include adjustments to high rental payments for emergency housing, which displace long-term renters and drive up rental market values. FEMA should also ensure that its memorandum released on March 22, 2024, which amends the Individual Assistance Program and Policy Guide, is fully implemented, including expanded aid for low-income renters and streamlined access to housing repair funds. 2, homelessness and unstable housing. The U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness should focus on Lahaina as a demonstration program, leveraging federal, state, and local resources to resolve homelessness exacerbated by the wildfires. This should align with the Biden-Harris administration's All-In, the federal strategic plan to prevent and end homelessness, which aims to reduce homelessness by 25% by January 2025. 3, language access and community trust. Ensure federal agencies provide language access to AA and NHPI limited English proficient persons by translating documents, providing interpreters, and conducting outreach in multiple languages for disaster recovery assistance. Engage local influencers and community leaders to build trust and ensure effective communication with the AA and NHPI community. 4, economic recovery and employment. As much as possible, FEMA should prioritize hiring from the community in Hawaii for reconstruction efforts and create job training programs to align with new job opportunities during reconstruction and recovery. These priorities should become part of FEMA's ongoing disaster response and recovery procedures. Federal agencies should coordinate with local businesses and community organizations to support economic recovery and develop an economic recovery plan centered on the sustainability and long-term growth of the local community that is not limited to the tourism and entertainment sectors. 5, long-term coordination and leadership. The President should appoint a long-term Chief Federal Response Coordinator as part of the standard operating procedures in future disaster declarations. We acknowledge that Robert Fenton, FEMA Regional 9 Administrator, is now serving this role, but we do want to recommend that this role be a recurring, not a recurring role, be appointed on a regular basis once these disasters happen, instead of waiting for the demand that such a role be appointed. So we thank Robert Fenton for having talked to our subcommittee about what he's been doing. FEMA should create a local disaster relief committee of representatives from federal, state, and local governments, community stakeholders, and philanthropic organizations to streamline recovery and ensure a cohesive and efficient response. FEMA should institutionalize in its standard operating procedures the practice of establishing a long-term recovery office near the disaster site with cultural monitors. This will support culturally responsive decision-making and recovery. 6, proactive outreach and support. FEMA should conduct proactive outreach to the community about available assistance and federal programs and the potential health and environmental safety risks from disasters. FEMA should also prioritize sharing new information about eligibility rules for COFA residents, for COFA citizens. FEMA, in disseminating information and resources, should include diverse communication channels like social media, community centers, cultural events, and trusted community leaders. 7, future preparedness. FEMA should implement lessons learned from the Maui wildfires to improve disaster preparedness and response strategies, ensuring equity and accessibility for all affected communities, with a particular focus on underserved, undocumented, and marginalized communities. And before going into discussion, I do want to acknowledge again former Commissioners Amy Agbayani and Michelle Kauhane, who in their personal and private roles shared with the subcommittee their observations and of what was happening and what continues to happen on the ground, and was invaluable in helping us shape these recommendations.
Thank you so much, Teresita. At this time, I'd like to open up the floor for any questions from fellow commissioners or comments. Commissioner Blue?
Yeah, I just want to say that this recommendation is going to be very far-reaching, and I hope that we're able to move this forward and get things done. But I wanted to bring up, in terms of what happened in Lahaina, I got a call from a community leader in San Diego, because San Diego had a lot of flooding last year. And the Filipino community organizer there, Joanne Fields, she saw that we were going to do a recommendation on Maui. So she gave me a call and said, I'm willing to fly people from San Diego to Minnesota because we're experiencing the same concerns and issues in terms of coordinating more with FEMA. Judith isn't here, so I called up Judith, and I'm like, look, there's this Filipino group, and they're ready to fly people to Minnesota. And she's like, nope, there's going to be something in Orange County. So I just want to make the commission aware that there will be a group of Filipino activists from San Diego to share the ongoing issues that they're having, because there's a lot of homelessness still from the flooding in San Diego that they're trying to address. So just wanted to flag that with folks.
Thank you, Lisa, for that comment. Seeing no other tents up, I'd like to now pass the mic to Commissioner Chang, who will present the Language Access and Communications Subcommittee presentation.
Hi, thank you, Chief Commissioner Shaw and Deputy Chief Commissioner Min. Good morning, everybody, and for those listening and attending online, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate your participation, attention, and care for all of our work. I am Dr. Kimberly Chang. I am a co-chair of the Language Access and Communications Subcommittee, here along with my co-chair, Victoria Nguyen. Our members are Simon Pang, and our ex officio member is Laureen Laglagaran, and our DFO is Erica Ninoyu. We are small but mighty. What's that? Our priority issue areas that we discussed and focused on throughout the terms of our commission appointments are to increase outreach and engagement in communities with limited English proficiency populations, to improve language access funding for healthcare to serve limited English proficient or LEP families, to prioritize and expand federal funding for AA and NHPI language access, including translated communications, to address the needs of languages of lesser diffusion groups in the United States, and to support federal agency efforts to update and strengthen language access implementation and strengthen training and accountability for federal agencies. We meet monthly and hold ad hoc meetings as needed. Following the Commission's 8th public meeting on February 27th, 2024, we met 5 times on April 5th, April 12th, April 19th, May 10th, and June 14th. We didn't have any external speakers present since the last Commission meeting. I did want to also acknowledge and shout out and give a lot of gratitude and thanks to this administration and the White House Initiative on Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander leadership. Thank you, Crystal and Erica and Sonal and Sarah and Judith and Erica, Ninoyu, and all of your team for making our recommendation from the last Commission meeting happen, which is to pilot this Commission meeting in some different Asian languages. So for those of you listening online, we acknowledge you, we see you, thank you for attending and participating and being interested in our work. We're proud of our WIAPI leadership. Thank you. So with that, I am going to turn it over to my co-chair, Victoria Nguyen, to present our recommendation.
Hello, Victoria Nguyen, Commissioner from Atlanta, Georgia. Xin chào quý vị đang xem buổi họp ngày hôm nay. Thank you everyone for joining our meeting today. I am presenting our recommendation on outreach and education on Section 1557 of the Affordable Care Act, or ACA. We would like to thank Commissioner Grace Huang for supporting Language Access Subcommittee with this recommendation. And for the Section 1557, we just want to briefly define, because I know there may be some folks that may not be familiar or remember the specific section. But Section 1557 of the Affordable Care Act is a key provision that prohibits discrimination in health programs and activities receiving federal financial assistance. This includes discrimination based on race, color, national origin, sex, age, or disability. And we just wanted to share a little bit of background and rationale before we get into the problem statements. And many of us know this. More than 1 in 4 AA and HPI adults have limited English proficiency, and that data came from 2019. And rates of LEP, limited English proficiency, vary widely across our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander population subgroups. And I'll also slow down for our interpreters. LEP rates were about 12% for Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander adults and more than 40% for Chinese, Bangladeshi, Vietnamese, Nepalese, and Burmese adults. More than half of our ANHPI adults with LEP do not speak the top 3 common languages, leaving a large gap even with increased translation services. The use of untrained interpreters, family members, or others from the ethnic community is problematic, as many of us know, due to inaccurate interpretation as well as confidentiality problems. So in May of 2024, Health and Human Services, HHS, issued final regulations interpreting Section 1557 of the Affordable Care Act, ACA, relating to non-discrimination in health programs. This final regulation requires that health programs, including healthcare providers, insurance insurers, and HHS-administered programs, inform people that language assistance services are available. These notices must be provided in English and in at least 15 most common languages spoken by individuals with LEP in states served. And an effective implementation of this Section 1557 regulation should include ensuring that HHS health components are fully informed about the new obligations, as well as supported in updating federal funding grants and contracts, and educating federal funding recipients of the requirements to provide language access. In addition, HHS has developed preliminary materials describing these obligations, as well as translating a general fact sheet into multiple languages. However, to effectively implement these regulations, impacted communities should be made aware of their rights, as well as mechanisms to enforce their rights in user-friendly language that is spoken by culturally specific communities. HHS should partner and allocate resources to trusted community organizations, and funding should be provided for those organizations to share information about the anti-discrimination rules directly to families and public settings, like in the media and in community forums. And you can see our problem statements. Number 1, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander individuals can face barriers accessing healthcare and insurance coverage, including language barriers. Often, healthcare services are not provided in languages for these communities, resulting in desperate health outcomes for AA and PI community members. And our recommendation, hopefully give our interpreters a chance to catch up. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, should engage in widespread outreach and education of healthcare providers, impacted AA and NHPI individuals, and other limited English-speaking communities about new language access obligations under recently issued Affordable Care Act Section 1557 regulations. Such outreach and education should include in-language materials for impacted communities that inform limited English-speaking people about their expanded rights. Outreach and education efforts should also inform covered health entities about their obligations and support them in implementing these regulations. HHS should prioritize development and dissemination of model policies in accordance with the national standards for culturally and linguistically appropriate services, also known as CLAS, in health and healthcare for various types of health entities, including state Medicaid agencies, emergency rooms and emergency care entities, in managed care programs and behavioral health programs, among others. Access to accurate and accessible resources for the operationalization of their obligations would reduce hurdles to timely implementation. And so that concludes our recommendation from language access.
Thank you so much, Victoria. I'll open up the floor for any questions or comments. Okay. Oh, Commissioner Yang.
I just want to thank you for this recommendation, and I really appreciate the recommendation to help inform communities about their rights, because a lot of times we are a little bit timid about the services that we need, and I really appreciate spelling that out. I also really like the fact that you are partnering with community nonprofits and organizations, because in fact, I think that's the power of our community, and they've been a bridge to many of the systems, and without partnering with them, I think it's a missed opportunity. And so I'm happy that you're spelling that out very specifically, and I really, I support this recommendation, and I hope that everyone else will as well too.
Commissioner Huang.
Thank you, and thank you to the subcommittee for bringing it forward. I just wanted to flag in terms of, what I have learned over the years in language access advocacy is that, the federal government, has mechanisms for when people have been discriminated against in terms of an Office of Civil Rights within, the various federal agencies that are ultimately responsible for, trying to uphold or enforce the law. But the question is, how is it that the various parts of whatever federal agency actually get the word out and actually support state, local governments and providers, et cetera, to do the work of implementing it. And so, this recommendation I think is useful in that, it supports that piece of the puzzle that is, targeting the community in terms of trying to support providers themselves with good models, et cetera. And so I strongly commend the recommendation, and I hope that we'll move it forward.
Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, I want to again thank you, Commissioner Huang, for bringing this to our subcommittee's attention. And I also, again, want to thank WIAPI, because we have community members listening, and whether or not this recommendation goes through, it still is on the books with the Affordable Care Act, and we have community members who are listening in different languages, and so this is another way of outreach through the federal government. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thanks.
Thank you for that comment. Commissioner Blue?
Hi, so I do support this language access recommendation, but I also want to bring up to folks, because I don't know if everybody knows, but if you think back a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, the belonging subcommittee submitted a recommendation for a third pathway to reporting hate crimes, because the tip line form was only in English and Spanish, and so we kind of raised that. And then later on, we were able to meet with the U.S. Commission on Civil Human Rights, and we spoke about that. So last month, I took a look at the FBI website, and the form is translated into some of the API languages. But interestingly enough, not in Korean, and I don't know why, but it wasn't translated into Korean. So, they did hear us and changes have been made. So anyway, just wanted to share that.
Commissioner Batayola?
Thank you. One of the things I do want to acknowledge is that many times community-based organizations and local trusted leaders go ahead and do these translations and interpretations so that our communities can in fact access appropriate quality health care. And I think that is a resource that should not be overlooked. I think it would be tragic if there's a base one effort, starting from scratch rather than using what's already built and what's working, and so that this can be implemented much faster than starting from base one. Thank you.
Commissioner Shaw?
I appreciate the recommendation. I think it's really important that accurate translation services or accessibility are available in the healthcare system. We know that that ability to communicate is critical to delivery of great healthcare that this country is able to provide. I really like Commissioner Batayola's point. I was trying to run through the cultural and linguistic resources that were available that you reference in the document. And Commissioner Batayola's point reminds me of something that came up last year at this time in Hawaii, when they were talking about how during one of our listening sessions, what came up was where the community was coming forward and saying, look, we need help with translation services, but instead of using local community members, they're getting a person from, who went to a university and got a degree in it. And by the way, they don't actually understand the language in the way a native person would speak it. And I think it's really important that as you're looking at this, I think it's great, all the rights and everything else that are being noted, but I think it's also important to think about these community organizations, and if there's a way to sort of either work that in or to even see if there's an existing grant opportunity or something that can support those. I think it would help a lot more because it's always nicer rather than have somebody who doesn't look like you to start speaking your language, to have somebody who's from your community who really understands not only the language but the culture and values of what you're saying.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Shaw?
I just want to, for the translators, Commissioner Sonal Shah, so we're not mixing up the two Shahs, but I wanted to make sure. I want to just pile on here for a second and add two things to this. One, for the committee to think about for the next commission meeting, but one, it's one thing to want to have local community organizations get access to the funding. Many times they're not even asked to apply because they're not translators. And I think one thing to think about might be to say, how can local community organizations be asked to apply for the grant funding, and even if they might not be translators? And then the second thing I would add in is this may be an opportunity for public-private partnerships to bring in foundations and others to help build the capacity of local community organizations to be seen as translating organizations. So they are building up the capacity to do that. But I think it's important that we think about the pipeline of how this is going to happen as opposed to we should do it, because many times what happens in the procurement process is the community organizations aren't even included in the procurement because they're not seen as translation organizations.
And can I just add, this is Commissioner Smita Shah for the record, that was exactly the point that came up in Hawaii too, which was, the ability for the local community organizations to qualify to do that. And I think that to qualify to be able to provide those services. And I think if as you're looking forward at the next recommendation, just thinking about that particular piece, that is really it's an interesting process, and how we can help our organizations to be able to be involved in this, I think, would be critical.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Kim will be our last comment so that we can stay on schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. Just quickly, so Commissioner Blue, on the FBI issue, can we make sure we get in touch with someone to make sure that Korean is on that? I don't know what the next steps would be, but Judith, maybe we could help you get some help there. And then on this issue, both Commissioner Shaws, the points that you guys are making, it's exactly what happened actually in New York City, where we ended up having some money to give to nonprofit local organizations to actually check on the language interpretation of brochures that were already made by professionals. And we found so many minor errors and language, also kind of colloquial language changes. And as newly arrived immigrants come in, you get slight different nuances. And it was so important to just get it updated by the local organizations. But to Commissioner Sonal Shah's point, that would have never happened unless we actually sought them out, because they don't even know that this is an opportunity that's available to them. So that is so important. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you to the Language Access Committee. At this point, to our live stream audience, we are going to take a 10-minute break. And to all the commissioners here, please stay in your seats until the live stream is paused. And once confirmed, then commissioners can leave their seats. Thank you.
Ray will be starting in 2 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. Before the break, we heard presentation and discussion on the Language Access and Communications Subcommittee's recommendation. We will now move to the Data Disaggregation and Education Subcommittee to hear their presentation. I will turn it over to Commissioner Samoa. Just before I do, a quick reminder that if you are viewing the live stream and would like to listen to the meeting in Mandarin, Hmong, Korean, or Vietnamese, please submit an email request to AANHPI Commission, COMMISSION, at hhs.gov, and a staff member will provide the instructions for accessing the live interpretation. Again, that is AANHPI Commission at hhs.gov. And now I'll turn it over to Commissioner Samoa, who will be joining us from Zoom.
Hello, everyone. I wish I could be there in person, but I am very happy that we get to meet somehow. So the Data Disaggregation and Education Subcommittee, we were very fortunate with the latest OMB updates, which we applaud on SBD 15. We were able to get a very thorough update from the Office of Management and Budget with a presentation from Ben Pratt, Senior Statistician. We also were able to listen to presentations from Ikaika Regidor, who is from Papa'ololokahi, and Amasai Jeke, who is from Utopia, Washington, both of them representing the Queer and Trans Pacific Islander Village, or the Cutie Pie Village, to present the state of AA and NHPI LGBTQIA plus individuals in the U.S. We also heard from Daniel Morietti from Stanford University with the PrideNet Network, who is engaging in research in LGBTQIA plus people and focuses on AA and HPI sexual and gender minority and their advisory group. And so our priority issue areas include ensuring equitable data inclusion through data collection, analyzing and reporting, especially for marginalized AA and NHPI populations, consistent with how AA and NHPI communities define themselves. We move to facilitate improved access for community advocates to use federal agency data to more effectively inform policy changes, and to foster impactful three-way dialogue between communities, academic researchers, and federal agencies for more consistent reporting. And then also provide greater understanding of disproportionalities in education for AA and NHPI students in K-12 and higher education, as well as ensure attention and equitable treatment for ANAPISI eligible institutions and AA and NHSIs. And so I think I might have forgotten our group. Dr. Robert Underwood and myself are co-chairs. And our members are Emily Chen and Kai-Yin Yang. Our non-commissioned members are Dr. Joseph Keave Kahulukula and Dr. Nunez Ponce. And we have the outstanding DFO, Erica Ninonu, who's been supporting us. So our problem statement number one is AA and HPIs face systemic inequities due to data obstacles, such as data aggregation. And so AA and HPI subgroups, such as the sexual and gender minority AA and HPIs, face layered oppression, not only due to their identities as members of AA and HPI communities, but also as members of the LGBTQI plus community as well. And these intersectional identities, they threaten, there's issues regarding
Excuse me, Commissioner Samoa, would you mind slowing down just a little bit for our interpreters?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Due to some issues they face with their intersectional identities, that layered oppression threatens their well-being, justice, inclusion, and belonging in the U.S. So for that reason, our recommendation number one is to appoint separate queer and trans-Pacific Islanders, or QTPI, and Asian American members to advisory boards such as the Sexual Orientation, Gender Identity, and Sex Characteristics, or SOGIS subcommittee that advises the Federal Committee on Statistical Methodology, currently under the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, in the Office of Management and Budget. And that during the month of June, the administration, in collaboration with WINAPI, engage with AA and NHPI communities to celebrate LGBTQIA2S+ members of the AA and NHPI communities. We recommend that these communities specifically use the term queer and trans-Pacific Islanders, or QTPI, to refer to Pacific Islanders who identify with LGBTQIA2S+ communities. I understand that there's some context that the commissioners may be have access to that our audience that may be watching may not. And just so people understand that the term QTPI was recommended by the largest advocacy organization, but it also was done so because the queer and trans-Pacific Islander indigenous identities do not map well to Western definitions and categories of sexual orientation and gender identity. So with problem statement number two, AA and HPI face systemic inequities, including access to mental health services. There is more than enough evidence that's provided for you in the background information that the commissioners, I believe, have access to. But I'm more than happy to say what those are if our audience needs us to. Sexual and gender minority AA and NHBIs face layered oppression due to their intersectional identities that threaten well-being, justice, and inclusion and belonging in the U.S. So our recommendation number 2 is to improve access for QTPI and AA LGBTQI+ individuals to federal mental health programs. We recommend agencies such as SAMHSA hold listening sessions with QTPI and Asian American advocates to increase access for QTPI and Asian American LGBTQI+ individuals seeking mental health services. And those are our recommendations.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Samoa. Just for clarity, I'm going to repeat the recommendations for those on live stream and for our interpreters. Recommendation 1, Queer and Trans-Pacific Islander, otherwise known as QTPI, and Asian American LGBTQI+ representation. The AA and NHPI community face systemic inequities due to obstacles such as data aggregation and appropriate representation. Sexual and gender minority AA and NHPI face layered oppression due to their intersectional identities that threaten the well-being, justice, inclusion, and belonging in the United States. The Commission recommends that the Administration and Office of Management and Budget appoint separate AA and QTPI members to advisory boards such as the Sexual Orientation, Gender Identity, and Sex Characteristics, otherwise known as SOGISC Subcommittee that advises the Federal Committee on Statistical Methodology, FCSM, within the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, Office of Management and Budget, and in collaboration with WIAMPI, engage with AA and NHPI communities to celebrate LGBTQI+ members of the AA and NHPI communities during the month of June, which is Pride Month. Recommendation number 2, mental health access for AA and NHPI LGBTQI+ individuals to improve mental health access for AA and QTPI LGBTQI+ individuals. The Commission recommends that agencies such as the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, otherwise known as SAMHSA, holds listening sessions with AA and QTPI advocates. These sessions will help identify specific mental health needs, address barriers to care, and develop tailored strategies to provide more effective and inclusive services for these communities. I'll open up the floor for any questions or comments from other commissioners.
Sarah, there's just one more thing. I think in the recommendation 1 that we also added to the communication specifically use QTPI in reference to Pacific Islanders who identify with LGBTQ+ communities.
Thank you so much. Is that an edit to the recommendation that I read out?
And on the slide that I have, it's on
okay.
there.
I might have had a slightly outdated. Thank you, Dr. Small. Commissioner Batiola?
Teresita Batiola. Thank you so much for calling on me. I thank the committee for really elevating these recommendations. Our diverse communities have so many diversities, and it's true in our communities, and it's also so true in the LGBTQ community. And so it is really important that we not only call out our representation, but also that we put forward what our communities want to be called. And so thank you for specifically asking that the term queer and trans-Pacific Islanders be used, and that we are specifically referring to LGBTQIA2S+, to really underscore the multitude of diversity in our own LGBTQ+ community. So thank you to this subcommittee. I fully support these recommendations, and I also would like to help uplift and celebrate our LGBTQIA2S+ communities.
Thank you, Commissioner Batayola. Commissioner Yang?
Commissioner Ka-Ying Yang. I wanted to say that during our deliberation, it was really an honor to hear from the speakers. And I think it's important that we invite more speakers who have the lived experience to join us, because as we were developing some of these recommendations, for some communities, for example, the Hmong and Southeast Asian American community, there's not a lot of data about LGBTQ+ communities, and we understand anecdotally that there's high rates of depression, mental health, other kinds of mental health, and including suicide, and also just families disowning individuals who identify as LGBTQIA. So I'm very glad that my co-commissioner Samoa is really pioneering some of this work and invited the Cutie Pie folks to come and talk to us. And I hope that for the next commission that more opportunities are provided for our LGBTQIA communities to come and speak and educate us about the issues that they're working on.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other comments, thank you. Oh, Commissioner Huang?
Can I
Please.
just add one comment here for everybody? Please slow down when you're speaking, because I think we're talking to each other, but remember online, it's taking a bit more time.
This is just an editing comment, and I just am seeing to improve access twice in recommendation number 2 in a way. And I don't know what the fix is, but in terms of just that editing redundancy that I'm seeing, so. Well, no, for recommendation number 2.
One is to improve access, and the second is to increase access. Is that what you're referring to?
Right, in terms of, so it, yeah.
What's the editing suggestion? To remove?
Let me think about that, but
Okay.
I just wanted to flag that.
And can we, Judith, maybe you can circle back with the data committee?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry, Ray, Commissioner Small, I couldn't see you on the screen. Please go ahead.
No, thank you. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate the comments, but I also wanted to put forth that, there was a lot of presentation data that showed that the mental health disparities were not only with sort of the general population, but that Cutie Pie and our AA LGBTQ+ communities showed that they had higher mental health needs like depression compared to their cisgendered heterosexual counterparts. And one of the other things that was really, really evident when you look through the literature is that there is a high rate of or high prevalence of suicide attempts in some of these populations. And the evidence shows that the risk goes down when our kids have access to safe spaces. The number goes down when they have a supportive cultural environment. And so I think, more than just uplifting we're fighting to try to ensure the welfare of this generation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now I'd like to move on to our next speakers. Today, we are honored to have guest speakers from our co-chair office, the U.S. Trade Representative, and staff from the U.S. International Trade Commission, who are here to provide a briefing on 2 reports they recently published. The first is related to Pacific Island trade and investment, and the second will cover the effects of trade and trade policy on U.S. workers. It is my pleasure to introduce Assistant U.S. Trade Representative for Intergovernmental Affairs and Public Engagement, Roberto Soberanis, and Jonathan Coleman and Stephanie Fortune-Taylor from the U.S. International Trade Commission. I will turn it over to our speakers now. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jonathan Coleman, and with my colleague, Stephanie Fortune-Taylor, as you've just heard, we're here to discuss a couple of recent reports by the U.S. International Trade Commission that we think will be of interest to this commission and its commissioners, and we're really grateful for the opportunity to discuss our work with you today. Before we delve into the reports, let me give you some background on our agency. We're a small, independent, nonpartisan federal agency based in Washington, D.C. We have a staff of about 400, and we're headed by 6 commissioners confirmed by the Senate for 9-year terms. The agency has a wide range of trade-related mandates, but most of our work falls into 3 major areas. First, we have an adjudicative role where we make determinations regarding unfair import practices that are alleged to injure U.S. domestic industries. Second, we are responsible for publishing the tariff schedule of the United States. And third, the area involving today's discussion is providing the U.S. Trade Representative and Congress independent analysis and information related to tariffs, international trade, and U.S. industry competitiveness in global markets. We provide this through fact-finding investigations and reports requested by the President through the USTR or by Congress through 2 committees, House Ways and Means and Senate Finance. Our reports do not make any recommendations, but instead they provide information and analysis to help policymakers make more informed decisions on trade. Once completed, our reports go to the requester and are released to the public unless classified for national security reasons. So today we are going to discuss 2 such fact-finding reports, which were both requested by the U.S. Trade Representative. Next slide, please. So the Pacific Island Trade and Investment Impediments and Opportunities Report, this was published in September of last year. Next slide. The USTR asked us to cover 6 broad areas. First, to provide a brief description of Pacific Island economies, focusing on production and trade. Second, we were asked to describe recent trends in goods and services exports from Pacific Island countries, focusing on factors impacting exports to the United States. Third, to describe the use of U.S. trade preference programs by Pacific Island countries, such as the GSP program. Fourth, to describe recent trends in foreign investment in the region, again with special attention to investments by the United States. Fifth, to identify sectors where there is potential for growth, both in exports and in foreign investment with the United States and globally. And then finally, to describe impediments to potential export and investment growth, and to note initiatives and assistance that might address these constraints. In all, we had a year to do the study, and our information was based on extensive desk research, interviews with several interested parties, a public hearing hosted by the Commission, as well as travel to the region, including to American Samoa, Fiji, Papua New Guinea, Samoa, and Vanuatu. Next slide, please. So the report is almost 400 pages long, and I only have a few minutes here. So let me briefly mention 4 major takeaways. First, in terms of trade trends, Pacific Islands have distinct trade patterns in terms of their exports. Globally, they mostly export extractive commodities like natural gas, minerals, and metals. However, when trading with the United States, exports are primarily fish and agricultural products, including tuna, bottled water, coffee, and cocoa beans. While there was an overall increase in Pacific Island exports to the world from 2017 to 21, exports to the United States experienced a slight decline. In the services sector, tourism stands out as the most significant contributor to services exports, especially Fiji. But business services such as accounting, legal, and consulting services are also growing for some economies, especially in Papua New Guinea. Next slide, please. The second takeaway, in the region, Papua New Guinea and Fiji are the focus of foreign direct investment, mostly in extractive industries and particularly in Papua New Guinea, but with recent investments also in financial and business services and the food and beverage sector. The main sources of these investments are Australia, the United States, China, and France. For the United States, the most long-standing investments are in Papua New Guinea's extractive industries with a small number of high-value projects. But between 2017 and 21, there are only 3 new US investments in the region, 2 hotel licensing deals in Fiji and a deep-sea mining acquisition in Papua New Guinea. Next slide, please. Third takeaway regarding sectors with potential for export and investment growth, we note that the region is looking to diversify its reliance on extractive industries to sectors with greater value-added potential, especially agribusiness industries. For goods, identified sectors with export potential are fish, nickel, spices, virgin coconut oil, kava, cocoa and chocolate, and coffee. Examples of moving to high value-added products include some tropical oil producers now moving into the body products and cosmetics markets. And there's also a large chocolate factory opened in Papua New Guinea using domestically produced cocoa beans, the first of its kind in the region. In services, tourism likely will grow, but also there's a potential for internet-enabled servicing outsourcing, such as call centers, and this could create new job opportunities beyond the traditional sectors. Next slide, please. So the final takeaway involves major impediments to trade and investment growth. The high business costs are driven not only by the geographical isolation, but also by the small geographic and economic size of these nations, which leads to a lack of economic scale and diversification and constrained institutional capacity. Several specific challenges include poor transportation infrastructure, the high cost and low reliability of electricity, and poor and unreliable internet access. The small population means a limited labor pool and intense competition for workers. And of course, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change impacts and natural disasters, disrupting production and creating an unstable environment for investment. So with that, let me pass over to Stephanie for the discussion of her study. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. I'll be talking about the distributional effects of trade. Next slide, please. And you can go to the next slide. I'll start off by defining distributional effects. Then I'll touch on some observations from our distributional effects report that was published in 2022. I'll preview what we're working on for our ongoing report, and I'll close by discussing how restricted use data could help quantify effects of trade on AA and HPI workers. So when we speak of distributional effects, we're talking about how, given a certain characteristic, say, for example, education, trade affects workers along the distribution, maybe those with high education levels, medium education levels, low education levels, differently. That's the whole idea of distributional effects. Trade affects different workers differently. Next slide. And in our inaugural report, which was published in 2022, our inaugural DE report, we cataloged information gathered at public events. We had roundtables with workers and their representatives. We had an academic symposium, and we had a public hearing. We also provided a critical review of the literature on distributional effects. And again, this was a long report, but we learned a lot, but there were two things that I want to highlight that are most relevant for today's meeting. First of all, we uncovered very little, if any, information on the impact of trade on AA and HPI communities. And secondly, we noted gaps in the distributional effects data and in the academic literature. In 2023, at the beginning of the year, we received a letter from the USTR asking for 5 more of these distributional effects reports over the course of 15 years, which will build upon the information that we gathered in our 2022 report. And we want to highlight that as part of this report, we'll be engaging in community-based open conversations with workers and their representatives. And even though it's a little bit shameless, I want to use this as an opportunity to outreach to you all to help us to be able to get connections to organizations that could help us make sure that in this report, the AA and HPI experiences in trade are thoroughly documented and included. So if you have access to organizations and connections, we would really appreciate that. And also, of course, we're hoping to have academic papers that we could include in our symposium and our literature reviews. Right now, next slide, please. The Commission, this is our Commission, the United States International Trade Commission, is pursuing access to restricted use data to help us to be able to answer questions about AA and HPI labor market outcomes. I mentioned how in that inaugural report, we talked about the effects of trade, and we also mentioned that there are these data gaps. And one of the things that the report highlighted that labor market effects could be improved, analysis of labor market effects could be improved if researchers had access to restricted use government data sets. And the key thing is that we can best study what we can best isolate and measure. Earlier today, we heard from the OMB Deputy Director talking about disaggregated data, so that's something that's so important. And this restricted use data could improve 2 key things that I want to highlight: statistical power and identification. And that would be key to estimating the effects of trade on smaller populations. Next slide, thanks. So one of the benefits of restricted use data is that it gives us access to millions as opposed to thousands of linked data records that allow us to track the experiences of workers over time. So statistical power is crucial to this foundation of being able to really observe and measure the effects of trade on AA and HPI subgroups. And then for the next slide, identification is another key thing that we want to be able to focus on. More disaggregated data permits targeted assignment of treatment and the ability to analyze these AA and HPI subgroups. So this last slide here is just a preview of some of the reports that we discussed and some contact. Please feel free to reach out to us. And Now I'll hand it over to Roberto. Oh, we covered that.
Yeah, you covered it.
Yes.
Great.
Efficient. Efficient.
Well, thank you to my USITC colleagues here for these very important readouts on the reports that they do. As Assistant USTR, I've gotten the privilege and the opportunity to work with many of you all and interact with you all, either be in DC or across the country. I know last summer I saw some of you all in Hawaii, so I appreciate the opportunity to be able to work with you all on behalf of Ambassador Catherine Tai. As you all know, Ambassador Tai is the first ANHPI USTR, and this is the first time ever that USTR is able to co-chair this commission. This is both a privilege and a responsibility we and USTR take very seriously. As mentioned, in 2021, Ambassador Tai recognized the need for an independent accounting of the impact on workers of past U.S. trade policies. And as mentioned here by my colleague Stephanie from the ITC, she asked them to conduct an investigation on the potential distributional effects of goods and services, trade and trade policy.
Sorry,
on US
Roberto.
workers.
Can I just ask you slow down so the interpreters can
To slow down.
interpret? Yeah, thank you.
Apologies for that. On October 2021, Ambassador Tai requested the USITC to conduct an investigation on the potential distributional effects of goods and services trade and trade policy on U.S. workers by skill, wage, and salary level, gender, race, ethnicity, age, geography, and income level, especially as they affect underrepresented and underserved communities. As also mentioned by my colleague Stephanie here, in November 2022, they released this report and its findings. The report confirmed that trade did have negative and disproportionate impact on certain demographic groups, especially on Black, Hispanic, and other non-white workers, and workers without a college degree. The report also found that there was a lack of disaggregated data and limited research, as pointed out by the USITC and as pointed out by many of the commissioners here, the importance of disaggregating some of this data. On the effects of trade and trade policy on other ethnic groups, including American Indians, Alaska Natives, and Asian Americans, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders. USTR continues to work with U.S. statistical agencies to achieve better access to restricted data for researchers. The USITC report confirmed the need for U.S. trade policy to work better and benefit more Americans. The Biden administration is therefore working to ensure that we continue to develop the tools that will enable us to improve our policies and deliver more inclusive economic outcomes through trade. One of the areas of focus is expanding our trade and economic ties. As pointed out by the report by my colleague here, it includes our commitment and deepening ties with the Pacific Islands. In September 22, Ambassador Tai directed the USITC to conduct detailed analysis of the Pacific Islands trade with the United States to identify potential challenges and opportunities to facilitating increased trade. USTR has used this report to help inform our engagement in the region. We have also leveraged this report to help shape engagement of U.S. government departments and agencies, such as USAID, USTDA, to ensure that our aid and development assistance can be targeted to projects that help promote trade and economic growth. But the report isn't just useful for U.S. government. Our regional partners can also benefit from the findings from the report to structure domestic policies and to boost trade. Thank you very much for having me here today.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I'd like to open it up for any questions and comments. I see Commissioner Doi. Just a reminder to speak slowly and clearly for our interpreters.
Thank you, Assistant Chief Commissioner. It's a very intriguing presentation that you all have made. And I guess the overarching question that I have is with regard to economic impact. I want to congratulate you for doing this series of reports. But, specifically with regard to, as an example, the importing of products, whether it be pineapples or PPE, such as gloves, right? It seems apparent that the U.S. government has imposed tariffs on these types of products. And it's understandable to me, because it's cheaper for these products to be produced outside of the country than inside the country. But what does that do? What is the economic impact? Yes, on workers, yes. There is, it could be argued to be said that it's an undue impact on the United States labor force. But what about the trade imbalance? And should this happen forever? Have you come up with any potential solutions on how to correct the situation? Should we be buying PPE forever, 20 years, until the United States can figure out a way to produce them? Again, do you have any in-depth reports on the economic impact?
I can start off by talking a little bit about the economic impact of imports. So one of the things that we know is that the economic impact of imports, when the imports are import competing industries. So the effects on workers who are in import competing industries, it varies largely by their education level. So often we find that workers with lower education levels, workers who have jobs that are easily routinized, workers that have jobs that might be easily outsourced, bear the brunt of the effect of importing that might displace U.S. production, whereas workers with higher education levels are usually able to transition through employment. That's what we know about the impact on workers. In terms of next steps, and what the United States should do, that's something I would leave to my USTR colleague to discuss, as we're not a policymaking organization.
I would just add, as an outcome of the report and the dialogue, USTR has engaged the region in trade and dialogue, and as specifically called out here at the report, we saw some agricultural commodities out there. So some of the briefings held in the region have been with the agricultural community to talk about how we could maximize their benefits and also connect them with other agencies like USTDA, or if there's certain, you mentioned PPE, right? How to work with USDA sanitary requirements, et cetera, Carrie.
And just to add on one more thing, we also have a report on the tariffs that were instituted starting around January of 2018, the Section 232-301 tariffs, for more about tariffs and retaliatory tariffs and their effects.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Chief Commissioner Sonal Shah, and then we'll unfortunately have to stop there in order, as we're a little bit behind schedule. So, Chief Commissioner Shah.
Thank you, and thank you for that. Thank you for the details of the report. I look forward to reading it in more detail and appreciate your willingness to summarize it so easily. I have two questions. So one, Mr. Coleman, you stated that there are several impediments to increase trade and investment in the sectors with potential. I guess I'm not sure if the report has this, but are there initiatives or things that can be done to help overcome some of these impediments? And maybe this might go to you, Mr. Silvermanis, but what could the commission do or the community do to help promote trade with the Pacific Islands? And for Ms. Fortune Taylor, just a quick question mention that the inaugural investigation into the effects had very limited information on, with limited information on how the impact on AA and HPI workers. What kind of data do you need, and what kind of access do you need to help improve that data?
So, yeah, in terms of the first question, yeah, that's a great question. In fact, that's one of the questions that USTR asked us in their original letter, to look at constraints and impediments. And in fact, the entire final chapter of the report, chapter 8, is devoted to that. So, so I urge you to look at that. There's several items there. But it highlights several areas where industry and government stakeholders offered recommendations for possible enhanced U.S. engagement. Generally, there was a call for more technical training and capacity building to help Pacific Island exporters navigate and comply with various U.S. market access requirements. Roberto mentioned one of them. We heard from several agricultural exporters that they find the U.S. sanitary and SPS sanitary, phytosanitary regulations, food safety rules, food labeling requirements as difficult, and are looking for more engagement opportunities and to open lines of communication with the relevant agencies such as FDA or USDA that might help with those with those constraints going forward.
I would add, in that vein of agriculture, the important role that the diaspora across the world, but especially I think in the Pacific Islands, is continuing to source products from the Pacific Island, and products continue to push the services sector and tourism. We saw after the wildfires in Maui, right, this huge push on how we could get them to economically revitalize and bounce back, right? I think there was this effort by the commission and by the community to really get the word out there once it was safe for tourism and the services sector.
And just to quickly, because I know we're almost out of time, address what type of data we need. One of the biggest things that we need is a large number of observations, and that's available with restricted use data. There are data sets that have 95% of U.S. employment that would allow us to track workers over time so that we could be able to see how a trade shock affects them, not just today and a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. It links the transactions of the firms in which they're employed to their economic outcomes, their personal outcomes. And having access to that data would help us to be able to do better work, more work, that could answer those questions that are still outstanding.
Thank you so much to all of you from the USTR's office, and just for all the incredible research that's been done. I'm so sorry that we have to cut it short, because I know there are a number of questions that people would like to have and further our discussion. So thank you so much for joining us, and we very much appreciate all your work. At this time, we will move on to take another break before we continue with the recommendations. So just as a reminder to our live audience, we'll be taking a break until about 1:10 p.m., 1:15 p.m., and we'll be back Central Time, 1:15 p.m. Central Time. And to all those in the room, to just please stay seated until we are off camera, and we will wait for that sign. Thank you so much.
Good. All right. Back, everybody. Before we get started, I wanted to just make a quick clarification. The FBI Threat Intimidation Guide, for the record, is translated in Korean. And for our audience, apologies for our mistake at the top in the session, but it is, again, the FBI Threat Intimidation Guide is translated in Korean. So welcome back from the break. We are going to continue with our subcommittee presentations. As a reminder, before the break, we heard from US ITC and the U.S. Trade Representative on reports on trade and investments and effects on U.S. workers. Again, a reminder for the public, if you are viewing the live stream and would like to listen to the meeting in Mandarin, Hmong, Korean, or Vietnamese, please submit an email request to AANHPI Commission, COMMISSION, at hhs.gov. And staff member will provide you the instructions for accessing the live interpretation. We're now going to move forward with our next agenda item, which is the Health Equity Subcommittee presentation. And with that, I believe, Commissioner Doi, I am turning it over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Commissioner. But before the presenting the subcommittee and the recommendations, I just wanted to take a moment to give a huge shout out in as much as we are meeting in St. Paul. Suni Lee was a gold medalist in the women's all-around in the last Olympics. And last night, she again was selected to represent the United States in the women's all-around. And so we're really proud of that, especially in her uplifting not only Asian American contributions to the Olympics, but also especially to the Hmong community here in St. Paul. It's just a moment to say congratulations. We're all really excited. Having said that, I have had the incredible honor to co-chair the Health Equity Subcommittee with my more than competent co-chairs, Teresita Batayola and Mia Ives Rubley, along with subject matter experts in themselves, Dr. Kimberly Chang, Dr. Kamal Kalsi, and Reynald Samoa. We also had a non-commissioned member in Dr. Quen No Metzger, and our very competent as well as patient DFO with Erica Ninoy. I didn't say that. After some very serious deliberations, we have identified healthcare workforce as a priority issue area, along with environmental justice, combating domestic, intimate, physical, and/or sexual violence, impacts of AI or artificial intelligence on AA and HPI populations, human trafficking, aging within AA and HPI populations, culturally and linguistically appropriate health outreach and education, and AA and HPI anti-bullying resources. I am really proud to work with this committee, and excuse me, we had some, again, subject matter experts in Dr. Adrian Ambrose, Senior Medical Director of Columbia University, Irvine Medical Center, Kei Koizumi, Principal Deputy Director for Science, Society, and Policy, Office of Science and Technology, the White House, as well as Dr. Ashwin Vasan, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. And so with that, let me turn it over to our very capable co-chair, Teresita Batayola, who will go over the first recommendation.
Teresita Batayola. Thank you, even more capable co-chair, Carrie Doi. I will present the problem statement and recommendations that our subcommittee has developed for this problem statement. Number one, federally qualified health centers, or FQHCs, serve 30.5 million patients, half of whom are Medicare recipients. Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Service, or CMS, has not updated guidance related to FQHC reimbursement in the last decade, resulting in a lack of adequate funding and reimbursement to support underserved communities through FQHCs, including those serving AA and NHPI populations with a significant proportion of patients who are limited English proficient. Federal, state, and local governments have relied heavily on FQHCs to reach and serve these communities during the COVID-19 pandemic, for instance, language and cultural outreach and access, addressing vaccine hesitancy, addressing social determinants of health, and also prevention measures. But FQHCs have not been adequately accounted for how to continue these services in reimbursement structures going forward. So our recommendations: Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services should issue a state health official's letter, otherwise known as SHO, and a state Medicaid director's letter, or SMDL, reinforcing states' obligations to evaluate the FQHC PPS, or prospective payment system, under Medicaid every 3 years to exercise their enforcement and oversight over states to provide statutorily required reimbursement to FQHCs. Next, CMS should require language access and interpretation for all contracts with managed care organizations and state Medicaid departments, Medicare Advantage programs and providers, and require enhanced payment as part of risk adjustment. Next, require Medicaid MCOs and Medicare Advantage plans to share patient claims data with providers, particularly primary care providers, so that they may be able to identify appropriate interventions to improve patient outcomes, support overall population health, and to address health disparities in the patient populations that area being served. Next, require Medicaid MCOs and Medicare Advantage plans to collect limited English proficiency status, interpretation needs, and preferred languages used by managed care beneficiaries. Next, through its oversight responsibilities over state procurement requirements for Medicaid MCOs bidding to receive a state Medicaid contract, and Medicare Advantage MCOs or other MCS or other CMS contracts, work with GSA on procurement requirements to include provision of language access, interpretation, and/or enhanced reimbursement strategies to providers. Next, provide reimbursement for language interpretation by adjusting payment models, including fee-for-service and value-based payment, to address limited English proficiency as a social risk factor to optimize health outcomes and fairness, mandating all Medicare Advantage and Medicare plans to provide language access and interpretation at the provider level with commensurate enhanced reimbursement for interpretation and translation services, and monitoring and tracking interpretation use, potentially through utilization of CPT code T1013 for sign language or oral interpretive services per 15 minutes. This code should be activated by CMS for reimbursement.
Thank you. We will open up for discussion. Dr. Chang?
Thank you, Commissioner Batiola. I fully approve of this recommendation, all parts of it, and I just had one clarifying clarification in the problem statement that federally qualified health centers serve 30.5 million patients, half of whom are Medicaid recipients.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then also under the third bullet point of the recommendation number 1 slide, support overall population health and to address health disparities in the patient populations that are being served, not area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, oh, Victoria.
Victoria Nguyen. Just wanted to thank the Health Equity Subcommittee for this recommendation, especially with the kind of the focus on the monitoring and tracking and the ability to activate the code for reimbursement. I know that's been a long conversation with many of the federally qualified health centers and the incredible services that they provide in tandem with some of the languages services that they often may have to seek other, funding for. So just, thank you for coming up with this recommendation, because I know overall it would really impact the way in which our ANHPI, especially limited English proficient communities, access many of the services that are available at the incredible federally qualified health centers all across the U.S. Sorry. And so, again, thank you for this recommendation, because I know it will impact the way in which our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander patients and how they would access all the incredible services that are available through the FQHCs. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nguyen. Commissioner Wang?
Thank you for this recommendation. I just have a question for those of you that work with FQHCs. Do we know whether the fact that, or, about how these reimbursement rates affect hiring and retention of folks that have the skills, the language capacity, those kinds of things? I'm just curious if we have any information about that.
Well, since the payment rates have not been evaluated and adjusted in the last 10 years, of course it does affect the ability to hire and retain staff, especially those with additional skills in terms of cultural and language competencies that federally qualified health centers need to attract and keep.
If there are no, Commissioner Kim.
Kevin Kim, just so the question here on the recommendation when we say mandating all Medicare Advantage and medical plans to provide language access, are we talking about just every single person that comes in? I know that's the goal, but are we trying to make it a little bit more quickly, able to implement it more quickly if we were to say a particular subset to start? Or is it just we want them to mandate all language? I only say that because like New York City, there's 700 languages spoken on any given day. And, you know, for any agency to try to implement that, it's really hard. So I just want to make it so that we can get it implemented quicker than as opposed to like pushing back because you're saying it's every language.
So we're discussing a reimbursement for providers, especially federally qualified health centers. So if that health center is serving 2 or 3 languages versus another health center serving 20 or 70 languages, what we're saying is acknowledge that those services are being provided. We're not telling the federal government to reimburse for every single language, but languages that are served. So federally qualified health centers attempt to hire staff with the language capability that's reflected in their patient population, but they also use a wide array of interpretation and translation services, anywhere from in-person, contracted, online, or telephone. So the point is, the reimbursement rate needs to be adjustment. The reimbursement needs to be made if those languages are served. We're not saying mandate every single language. We're saying reimburse the provider. And the provider is the one making sure the service is provided appropriately.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge the thought that went into putting that together in that way, that we're really seeking reimbursement for whatever language services are provided, because it gives that flexibility to cover whatever languages that they need. So I appreciate that. And especially as we know, wherever you go, you have different needs in different communities, in different populations. So for their, you know, this, what it does is it encourages and allows a better outcome for our healthcare system and for patients, which, you know, we know is very, very important. So I just applaud it. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have any, you want to, Commissioner Batayola?
Yeah, so if there are no other discussion points, I do want to bring up something consistent with recommendations the Commission have made in terms of language access to make sure that our communities have great access to quality care, quality and appropriate care. Our subcommittee has been made aware of a letter that has been sent to the Health and Human Services, and it was generated by the Association of Asian Pacific Community Health Organizations and signed by 120 different health, civil rights, and language access groups. And that letter focuses on the action of providing an enhancement to providers for language services. And unfortunately, that language is only in Spanish. So the letter is really expressing concern and urging HHS to make sure that other languages are included, whether they're Asian, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, Middle Eastern, North African, African, Caribbean, Indigenous, or any other language that a provider has that could help that provider serve his or her community much better, much appropriately. So just wanted to acknowledge that publicly, that this letter was sent, and it's very consistent with recommendations our commissions has made. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I believe it's also consistent with the recommendation that you have put forward in this meeting. So thank you with that. Thank you for that. If there are no more comments, we're going to keep moving. And I am going to turn it over to Commissioner Baturia for the economic equity.
We have another.
Oh, sorry, you have another one. Did I miss? I'm sorry, I missed that. That's my fault.
It's so of concern, and AI is a topic of many conversations these days. We are concerned about how it might negatively affect the communities that we serve. And so when I grow up, I want to be just like Dr. Kim, and she has been prepared to present this recommendation.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Doi, and I hope you never grow up. So our second recommendation is about artificial intelligence, or AI, bias in healthcare. You heard from Commissioner Doi that we had some subject matter experts from Dr. Adrian Jacques Ambrose from Columbia University, as well as Kei Koizumi from the Office of Science and Technology Policy, speak to us about artificial intelligence in healthcare and health policy. This also follows an artificial intelligence recommendation the Commission approved several meetings ago on the use of AI in language translations. So the problem is that artificial intelligence, or AI bias, can exacerbate health disparities for AA and NHPI people in 3 ways: through data bias, through algorithmic bias, and through implementation bias. In the wake of rapidly advancing AI technologies in healthcare, AA and NHPI communities face, number 1, a lack of representation and poor disaggregation in the data training sets. So basically, these AI programs use all of this data and they train so that they can create this network. And there's very poor representation of AA and NHPI data in these training sets. Number 2, there is a lack of transparency in the algorithm programming and development. So we don't know how programmers are creating these algorithms and what their own individual biases may be. And number 3, there's lack of access on the implementation side for our AA and NHPI communities. So managing AI risk and promoting AI innovation requires effective AI governance to ensure that AA and NHPI communities are not harmed or left out in access to this developing technology. Our recommendations are that the President should direct the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to incorporate requirements into all procurement contracts for AI models in medicine to, 1, use diverse and representative data sets for training AI algorithms in medicine by including data from the AA and NHPI populations and communities that have been historically barred due to language or socio-political barriers. This can mitigate bias and ensure that AI systems provide accurate and equitable healthcare recommendations and treatments for all patients. Number 2, incorporate and report efforts that have been made to include disaggregated data of the AA and NHPI communities. Number 3, create, submit, and implement a plan for any contract to recruit and support development to improve the data representation of AA and NHPI communities. And number 4, ensure procurement contracts require AA algorithms used in medicine to be transparent and explainable to healthcare providers and patients. The purpose of this transparency is to ensure that patients and providers understand how AI systems are making decisions and based on what factors. This can lead to more trust. Next, we recommend that to establish federal governance and oversight bodies to hold AI companies accountable for the use of Medicaid and Medicare data sets and other federal data sets. For example, the Health Resources and Services Administration Uniform Data System or the Veterans Administration data sets. These bodies should ensure representation from AA and NHPI communities. Also, next, to ensure procurement contracts include quarterly performance audits so that marginalized communities are represented within training data sets, are transparent to communities, and have equitable access to AI initiatives. And finally, ensure the Office of the National Coordinator for Health Information Technology, also known as ONC, incorporates the above guidance into health IT vendor certifications, basically the folks who provide electronic health records to providers across the nation. So I guess we'll open it up for discussion.
Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. Thank you for the recommendation. It's completely interesting and timely. And it's very thought-provoking. The one, so I was curious about, I like the way you formulated it all. Is it worthwhile to also include a element in there where you suggest that if AI is used in the healthcare process, the type of data needs to be reported either way? So sort of that first step. So what would be the worst, right? Is if somebody is using AI and that data that was used for the healthcare situation only considered, you know, a Caucasian population. And let's take, for example, cardiovascular. We know cardiovascular diseases affect African-American populations as well as at least Asian Indian populations in a much more significant way. And so thinking about, so I would say not just that they should use it, but if they are using it, they should at least tell us what data they have used and what populations. So I would, if that makes sense, I would include that because that also always ensures not necessarily compliance, but at least an accurate understanding of what information they're working with.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Thank you, Commissioner Shaw. I think if you have ways to write that more clearly, I think we tried to get at that by saying we wanted the transparent algorithms because that's, and what data sets are they using, basically what populations are included in that. So we can make it clear.
Can I make a recommendation that maybe you say ensure procurement contracts require data sets as well as AI algorithm, data sets used by AI algorithms in medicine be transparent?
Is that under number 4
Yeah.
of the first bullet? Would that work?
We can take it
okay.
off, I just want to put
Yeah.
it there.
And I wanted to agree with you, Commissioner Shaw. I mean, we heard from Ms. Colleretti about the cancer disparities for liver cancer for Laotian Americans. And for example, if an algorithm says, oh, there's no cancer in this, so you don't have to do liver ultrasounds or certain blood tests for screening, then these patients are going to be left out, especially if a provider isn't aware of the Laotian disparities. So it is very, very important for those listening at home. It has real implications in medical care, especially as we don't have, all of our diversity represented in the provider pool.
Other questions on this recommendation? Comments? Okay. If not, we're going to keep moving forward. We will spend a bit of time offline to modify that recommendation a little bit. We're going to keep moving to the Economic Equity Subcommittee. And Commissioner Batoria, turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chief Commissioner Sonal. First of all, thank you for the incredible leadership from Crystal, Erica, Chief Commissioner Sonal, Deputy Commissioner Sarah. Okay. Yeah, I think, Sonal, you wanted me to repeat it. So thank you for your incredible leadership, Crystal, Erica, Chief Commissioner Sonal, and Deputy Commissioner Sarah. Thank you. For Economic Subcommittee, I would like to introduce my co-chairs, Simon Peng and co-chair Smita Shah, and our members, Commissioner Louisa Blue, Commissioner Kerry Doi, Commissioner Kevin Kim, and our amazing DFO, Judith Terua. I will do a brief update on the White House Economic Summit, and followed with that, co-chair Smita Shah will give updates on the priorities and the presenters for the Economic Subcommittee. So one of the first recommendation coming out of the economic subcommittee was around having White House Economic Summit, and to the incredible leadership of the VIP team and Crystal and Erica, Economic Summit was launched. And
Commissioner Bertorio, do you mind just slowing down a little
sure,
bit? Thank you.
Sure. There have been 6 economic summits held by VIP, with the 7th being planned tomorrow in St. Paul, Minnesota. The first summit was held in Philadelphia, with subsequent summits held in New York City, Seattle, Chicago, Hawaii, and Atlanta. These summits were extremely successful. Participating organizations like SBA, Commerce Departments, these summits are held in partnership with the U.S. Small Business Administration, with other agencies such as the Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Commerce, the Department of Justice, and Department of Housing and Urban Development, to name a few. Major highlights: the summit have brought hundreds of ANHPI business owners and workers together with federal resources to learn how to grow a business, how to get a federal contract, or how to become a federal contractor, and or register for small business loans, grants, etc. So these summits have been extremely helpful and successful. Thank you. I'll pass it on to Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Yes, I echo the great work of the WIAMPI team and moving forward the economic summits. It's really been an extraordinary thing to watch people gain opportunity, and you kind of see some hope and energy and excitement in the rooms, and we look forward to seeing that tomorrow as well. So on the priority issue areas, our committee has always taken the approach that we're looking at the individuals, we're looking at businesses, we're looking at community organizations, and to the reach that we have and how we can be helpful. So our priority issue areas have sort of been divided into 4. We have opportunities for small businesses, increasing opportunities for small business, including on the export side, opportunities for small and community banks to participate in federal programs, access and awareness around grants, contracts, and loans. Access to job training and workforce development is our second sort of overall group. Worker access to childcare, paid leave, and long-term care access across all industries. Living wages, access to benefits and training opportunities. Jobs of the future and workforce development. Our next main area was opportunities for AN and HPI workers. And under that, we were looking at addressing income inequality and wage gap for AN and HPI women. Ensuring the rights of workers to organize are respected. And then the 4th category we had was compliance and regulation. Review compliance and regulations related to workforce development and apprenticeship programs. Regulations regarding small businesses, job opportunities, and workforce development should be inclusive of AAN and HPI issues. So those were some of the areas that we've targeted and continue to target as we move forward. Can we go to the next slide? Presenters. So this time we had 2 presenters. One was first was Van Tran, Deputy Associate Administrator for the Office of Small Business Development. And the second, U.S. Small Business Administration, and Jerry Aglape, Region 5 Administrator, U.S. Small Business Administration. Jerry has been, Geraldine, yeah, she goes by Jerry, Geraldine. So Jerry has been with us. I think she's stepped out right now, but it was a great conversation where they talked about this SBA program supporting socially and economically disadvantaged small businesses. And so that is one area we talked about. The second really spoke to our workforce development interests. Jan Garth, Branch Chief of Strategic Planning and Governance Operations, Office of Policy Development and Research. Irene Cadwallader, Program Analyst, Office of Regional Management. Robert Olson, Data Scientist, Office of Policy Development and Research. and Allison Parko, Workforce Analyst, Office of Policy Development and Research, Employment and Training Administration, U.S. Department of Labor. And they did an amazing presentation for us about the Workforce Innovation Act and how programs formed under this act reach or can reach the AA and HPI communities. And those are two areas where we're planning on moving forward and developing recommendations for our next meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaw. Thank you, Commissioner Baturia. Appreciate all of the work that has been done in the Economic Equity Subcommittee and look forward to the recommendations that will be coming forward. We're going to keep moving. We'd like to talk about, I think we're going to move on to the Immigration Citizenship Status Subcommittee, and I am going to turn it over to Commissioner Yang to take it over from there.
Nyashong Sabaidi, Kulumbe Hu Kaying Yang, Kuya Itu Commissioner Dalu, President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islander. It's a pleasure for me to co-chair this subcommittee with Grace Huang, and our members are Ajay Butoria and Dr. Robert Underwood from Guam. Our ex officio member is Carol Wu, and our DFO is Judith Teruya. Sorry, people mispronounce my name now. I'm mispronouncing other people's name. Our subcommittee on immigration and citizenship meets monthly, and this past quarter we did not have any speakers because we spent a lot of our time discussing and deliberating some of the priority issues that you see on the screen here. It's been a very productive and fruitful term. Some of our priority issues include universal legal representation for individuals facing removal, improving language access for individuals at risk of or facing immigration proceedings, including detained individuals, reducing immigration-based visa backlogs, employment authorization for individuals in long visa backlogs, community-based alternatives to immigration detention, reducing the immigration court backlog, strengthening asylum processes, protection for undocumented API individuals, examining the impact of controlled application review and resolution program, also known as CARP, on immigration status. And the last one is securing access to benefits and resources. And I would like to hand it over to Grace Huang, Commissioner Grace Huang, to introduce our recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Yang. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm Grace Huang, and I'm co-chairing this subcommittee with Kaying. And we only worked on one recommendation this term. We have many recommendations from prior meetings, but we wanted to focus on one that's been longstanding, and we had heard from speakers earlier, and so it's intended to address affirmative asylum in the United States. I know there's a lot of attention to this concept of asylum right now in the news, but that is primarily happening at the border. But this particular recommendation focuses on folks that are already in the interior of the United States and are applying for asylum. And so the problem that we're trying to address is that individuals from Asia and the Pacific, when they're trying to access the asylum process, face significant challenges due to long, extensive wait times, as well as language barriers in the application and the interview process. And so our recommendation is that DHS or the Department of Homeland Security should make the affirmative asylum process more just and equitable by increasing U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, or USCIS's, capacity to address the long processing times in the affirmative asylum backlog, and by issuing regulations that would provide for language interpreters during the affirmative asylum interview process. And some of the background related to this, I'm not going to go into all of the details, but we have about a third to half of the individuals who've been granted asylum in the U.S. a third to half of the folks are either from Asia or the Pacific Island nations, including folks from Bangladesh, Burma, China, Cambodia, India, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Mongolia, and on and on. And so according to U.S. immigration law, DS, or the Department of Homeland Security, is supposed to conduct an applicant's asylum interview within 45 days of receiving an application. And they're supposed to make a decision on the application within 180 days. And that's what the law says. And the reality is that as of September of 2023, there are more than 1 million asylum applications pending in the backlog at USCIS, and more than 431,000 affirmative applications in fiscal year 2023 were received. So what this means is wait times for affirmative asylum applications are lasting over 6 years at this point. And so folks are just languishing in that. In addition, current affirmative asylum applicants are required to provide their own interpreters during the interview portion of the process. This is a very challenging obligation on the part of applicants, given that some of them may be fleeing a risk, or, fleeing. Well, they're fleeing persecution in their homeland or country of origin, and finding an interpreter from that ethnic community may actually put them at risk sometimes. And in other instances, it's challenging for them to find an interpreter in the community if they've just gotten to the United States, don't know anybody, don't have a community to turn to. And what we know from our experience during the pandemic, the USCIS did relax those guidelines and provided for interpreters during the affirmative asylum process. And so we know that it can be done. During the pandemic was to relieve the concern around contact with folks. And so we know that they have the capacity to be able to do that. And so we would like to see that continue in terms of the quality of the interpretation and the ability to, provide interpretation that doesn't necessarily have conflicts of interest and all those kinds of things. So we bring that recommendation forward to you, both to invest more resources in this process as well as the language access piece.
Thank you, Commissioner Wong. Thank you, Commissioner Yang. Any questions? Commissioner Blue?
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, private sector companies that are like housing people at the border, if there's been any discussion within the committee about that, because they're private sector. I don't know how tight the oversight is of these folks, right? This private sector for-profit entities that are providing services, for folks that are coming over on the border. So I don't know if anybody from the staff knows more about that, in terms of for-profit private sector entities.
So we have not discussed that issue in the subcommittee yet. I mean, as it relates to that particular topic, I mean, in this particular recommendation, we focused on, the overall affirmative asylum process and weren't focused on, I mean, we have talked about some issues about, what's happening at the border and how that's impacting AAPI communities, especially related to language access, but hadn't gone into that particular topic. And, if you have information that you want to share with us, or that, in terms of how it impacts our communities in particular, we would love to have, more input about that.
All right, I will get somebody to talk to you guys, because I'm talking about years ago, under the previous administration where they did hire for-profit private sector entities to run some of the border stuff. And I personally had gone to one of those holding, for lack of a better word, but holding structure in Texas. Right, and it was, for me, it was very mind-boggling.
I think I would just say on this, if you could give more information to the immigration subcommittee, I think that would be great for them to carry on and look into that. But I want to stick to this recommendation, and if there's any comments on this particular recommendation. Okay. Commissioner Pretoria, you were going to say something?
Not on this recommendation. I just have an observation or a comment to share. Can I do it
Please,
now?
go ahead.
Okay. Immigration subcommittee had submitted several recommendations, and we have seen that some of the recommendations.
You'll need to slow it down.
Sure,
So
yes, I
again, for
get it.
interpretation.
Yes, thank you. Immigration subcommittee had submitted several recommendations, and we have seen some of them like H-1B stamping, domestic renewal implemented by the agency, as well as extending EAD for everyone to 534 days automatically implemented by the agency. There were a few other recommendations like granting EAD for all with I-140 and 5 years backlog, or H-1B termination extending for 60 to 180 days, for aging out kids and streamlining the green card process and to reduce the backlog. They were submitted, and I just want to make a comment that these are extremely important for our ANHPA community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Dr. Chang?
Back to the asylum recommendation. I agree with it. I just have a clarifying question. So according to U.S. immigration law, the Department of Homeland Security is supposed to conduct an applicant's asylum interview within 45 days. And so if that is under legislation, what is the enforcement and what is the accountability for that? Or is there just none?
I mean, that has been a longstanding piece of our law, and I know there has been litigation filed about it in individual cases, and so often what happens is somebody sues because their case hasn't been processed, and maybe that one case may be moved along, sometimes not, but a lot of the time it is based on how many resources folks have. But the reality is the agency has the resources, whatever Congress allocates for it in terms of being able to process their caseload. And I haven't seen any positive results systemically from litigation. And as we know from the last several years, the number of adjudicators at the agency, significantly declined. And a lot of people left, and there was, from my lens, a defunding of the staff there. And part of the problem is that the asylum process is, the whole affirmative immigration process is funded through fees that are paid by applicants, and the asylum application process there isn't a filing fee for that. And so, what happens is the agency is often under a budget shortfall and just doesn't physically have enough people to do the processing. And over the last few years, there has been more appropriations for that process to try to bring all the caseload numbers down. And so, that's one of the challenges. We're trying to make sure that this group of folks is not lost while all the attention in the news is elsewhere. So, yeah.
Commissioner Wong, can I follow up with one quick question on this? You had said during COVID, they were able to do the processing. Were they how fast were they able to do the processing during COVID?
Not particularly fast. We didn't see a lot of those resources going into the affirmative process because of some of where the resources were being prioritized, though we know from what we've learned from the Afghan arrival, large group of folks, I mean, they did affirmatively provide interpreters in that context. And so, we also understand that for when they have telephone interpreters or when people bring their interpreters, et cetera, they do have monitors that are being paid for by USCIS to monitor the accuracy of the interpreting. And so we understand that if that's already happening, then, how much more of a stretch is it to actually pay for the interpreters? And so that's one of those elements as well that we've been looking at.
Sorry, one more follow-up. When you say DHS should make the affirmative asylum process more just and equitable by increasing USCIS capacity to address longstanding processing times, are you asking for them to increase money to USCIS or just more people?
More people.
Okay.
I mean, inevitably that's related to money, but in terms of how they allocate the resources that are there to make sure that as all of these cases are coming in, that this particular group of folks is not left languishing.
I might just slight modification on that after, well, we can do it on the break, but I think just to fine tune that recommendation a little bit, I think it might help. So capacity could mean lots of things, and it might be useful to do that. Okay, sorry, I was the one asking most of the questions. I didn't mean to. But I appreciate the thought that went into this, and I know how long you all have been working on this recommendation, so really do appreciate the work that has gone in. We are going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll finish, we'll come back at 2:45 Central Time. And we're going to take the moment to just make sure we take the last two recommendations before we talk about our final report as well as vote on the recommendations. So we're going to take 15 minutes. For everybody that is listening, we'll be back in 15 minutes. And for the commissioners, please stay put until we are offline.
To those of us joining on the live stream and to all the commissioners and people present in the room. Before we begin on voting on the final recommendations, I wanted to turn it over to Commissioner Batiola.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Min. Teresita Batayola, I do want to apologize because I neglected an important piece of information when I talked about the letter that 120 organizations, civil rights, healthcare, and language access organizations sent to HHS. The enhancement I referred to applies specifically to the National Health Service Loan Repayment Program. So successful applicants, and these are providers of care, will get that enhancement award, and currently it's only for Spanish. So the letter does encourage to add other languages. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that clarification. We will move on to vote on the final recommendations. We'll start with the recommendation from Belonging, Inclusion, Anti-Asian Hate, and Anti-Discrimination. The recommendation, you see the problem statement on the screen as is, with no changes, and the recommendation also with no changes. I just wanted to note that missing from voting today is Commissioner Daniel Day Kim, as well as Commissioner Mia Ives Rubley. Can I get a motion to approve the recommendation from Belonging?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Kalsi made a motion, and Commissioner Butoria seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Can we get Commissioner Chen and Commissioner Underwood and Commissioner Samoa? Thank you so much. Does anyone abstain or vote against? Seeing none, motion's passed. Thank you, everybody. Moving on to language access. The problem statement, as you see it on the screen as is, as well as the recommendation. No edits. May I have a motion?
I move that we adopt this recommendation.
Second.
All those in favor of dropping this recommendation? Approving. Okay, I thought you said dropping. All those in favor of approving this recommendation? That's Aye. Seeing Commissioner Samoa, Underwood, and Chen, this motion passes. Thank you. Sorry for my mishearing. Okay, moving on to data disaggregation and education. The first recommendation, problem statement number 1, as is, no edits. Recommendation number 1, no edits. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
I second the motion.
Commissioner Pang motions, Commissioner Batayola seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any abstentions or votes against? Seeing none, the motion passes. Recommendation number 2, you'll see the problem statement as is, no edits. And on the recommendation, there's one edit to delete in the 4th line, increase access for, and replace it with optimize the engagement of. May I have a motion to move this recommendation with the edit as you see it on the screen?
Motion to approve.
Commissioner Kalsi moves. Commissioner Yang, seconds. All those in favor? Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Health equity. Problem statement number 1, there's one small edit to Medicaid from Medicare in line 2. And then there's one edit to correct a typo in the recommendation text, third bullet point, from area to R, A-R-E. May I have a motion? Commissioner Nguyen makes a motion.
Second.
Commissioner Shaw seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any noes or abstentions? Motion passes. Recommendation number 2, you'll see the problem statement number 2 as is. And then on the text for the recommendation, there's one edit under number 4. The words data sets and the was inserted after require. So to read require data sets and the AI algorithms. May I have a motion to approve the edited recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioners Batayola and Commissioner Doi, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Immigration and citizenship status recommendation. No edits on the problem statement as you see it. Under the recommendation text, there were 2 edits to insert staff before capacity and add the phrase, and add technological resources before to address. Can I get a motion? Dr. Chang. Commissioner Batayola seconds. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Commissioner Samoa and Chen, if I could just confirm that you raised your hands. Oh, great. Thank you. And that concludes our voting. Thank you so much. Okay, now moving on to the next item in our agenda is the discussion around the final report. Thank you, first of all, to all the commissioners. For all those watching, the work that has been added, in addition to making recommendations, is for each subcommittee to provide a summary of the work over the last 2.5 years as part of the contribution to the final report that will be published in the fall. And so that's been added to the recommendation work, just in case you are wondering the sort of reduced number of recommendations. I also want to thank the members of the writing subgroup. We've been working, I would say, tirelessly over the last 5 weeks. That includes Grace Wong, Kimberly Chang, Victoria Nguyen, Sonal Shah, our DFOs, Erica Ninoyu, and Judith Toria, and myself. And so thank you to everybody for working along with us in this iterative process as we work towards the final product. I just wanted to take a couple moments to talk about the narrative editing process. The writing work group will edit to ensure that reoccurring themes across our subcommittee's work are apparent. The administration's policy milestones are uplifted and tied to commission recommendations. Reoccurring points are consolidated, such as process-oriented descriptions and how subcommittees operated, and that the narratives end with a call to action. Where we are in the timeline is that we are currently reviewing all of the summaries that the subcommittees produced. And as I mentioned before, it's an iterative process, so we are working on a number of drafts before the final drafts, which we plan to present at our next commission meeting at the exact date to be determined. So just to let all know that this is a process that will continue over the summer, and we really appreciate all your input. And with that, I'll just pause there to see if anybody has any questions in the room. Commissioner Chang?
Thanks, Deputy Chief Commissioner Min. I just wanted to pose a question about where we can insert potential new ideas for recommendations or problems that we have not yet addressed, but that are coming up under our different subcommittees. Because as I understand, we are no longer writing recommendations for the next commission meeting. Is that correct? And I know that talking with some fellow commissioners during the breaks, a lot of ideas for how we can continue to improve equity and justice and opportunity for our communities through recommendations that we haven't yet been able to get to. So where can we insert those ideas in the final report? And other commissioners may want to chime in here.
Why don't we keep taking comments, and then we can come back, and those are great points. Thank you.
Commissioner Halsey, then Blue.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. One of the issues that has sort of plagued me for years has been coming up more and more often these past few months, and so I spent the last couple weeks really thinking about what's broken about it, and it's the current insurance system. You know, so the current system of prior authorization and claim denials by medical insurance companies is plagued by a lack of transparency and accountability, leading to delays and denials of necessary medical care. And this issue disproportionately affects AA and HPI communities, which face significant barriers to healthcare access and utilization due to language access and you know, a myriad of other problems that we're very well acquainted with. So, you know, there's 5 really main key areas that we've identified, which is denial rates. The Kaiser Family Foundation did a study looking at different insurance companies, and these denial rates ranged anywhere from 2% to 49% amongst different insurance companies. Number 2, administrative burden. Physicians spend an average of 16.4 hours a week working on authorization tasks, which again leads to delays in patient care. Number 3, there's lack of transparency. The federal government hasn't expanded or revised transparency data reporting requirements in years, making it really difficult for consumers to compare health plans based on denial rates. 4, impact on patient care. Denials and delays of necessary care can lead to serious adverse events, including hospitalization, disability, and even death. And lastly, economic consequences. Prior authorization can have significant economic consequences for physician practices, with an average of 40% of physicians reporting that they have hired staff who work exclusively on prior authorization. So I think this is an issue area that'll have a major impact for our AA and HPI community. And I just wanted to propose that as a possible recommendation, or perhaps we could tee it up for the next group. But thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, I really want to thank the writing group. There we go. All right. So first of all, I want to thank the writing group for pulling this together, because that wasn't easy when you have over 77 recommendations coming before you, and then to try to get the right flavor of what we're trying to do. So I had a question. Like, we want to end the report with a call to action. And in my mind, that call, one of those calls to action is, what does the next advisory commission have to pick up? Right? And how do we, the current commission, try to prioritize the 77-plus recommendations that we have that says these are the recommendations that you all need to follow up on, right? And so I think that's important to do that so it just doesn't end, you know. And then the second thing was just this dashboard. So we have 77 recommendations passed. Where are they in the ecosystem? You know, have they, you know, has it gone to the president, right? A lot of them has, but if we could get a sense of what other recommendations are still going through that process after they go through the interagency group, regional group. Thanks.
Want to move to Commissioner Batiola. We'll take everyone's questions and then address them at once.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Chang, for raising this issue. Thanks to Commissioner Mia Ives-Rublee, last night we had a very powerful session on Korean adoptees, Korean and other Asian adoptees, the kind of challenges they face, and it's very multi-layered, and there are several things that they brought to the attention of those of us in attendance that are really ripe for a body such as the commission to try and follow up on. And similar to Commissioner Kalsi's issue, you know, what do we do about, really it's a burning issue that really affects substantial numbers of people in our communities. And I hope as a commissioner, we don't just say, no, we've got our work set out for us, we've done it, we need to now do a final report and wrap it up, but figure out a way, how do we keep some of these issues alive that really do need recommendations at the highest level? Thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Blue, is yours again or from? Okay. I'll turn it over to Chief Commissioner Shaw.
I'm going to start with Commissioner Chang and Commissioner Batiola. I think both of yours had a similar point in terms of potential new recommendations, should you bring new recommendations forward. What I would recommend, and I think this goes to Commissioner Kalsi too, is if there are things to tee up for a next commission that we can put in sort of a format of a recommendation that somebody can carry forward, we should go ahead and tee that up. And, you know, again, enough background information so people have access to it, but also here's a version of the recommendation we might ask the next commission to take up. The advantage of some of the recommendations is not just that we give the recommendations to the president, but when you bring the agencies into this conversation, it also becomes a part of the conversation in the agencies when you're asking the questions or when you're doing that. So Commissioner Kalsi, as you think about it from the reimbursement and how it's done and how the insurance companies operate and what the data is and what's not reimbursement, what's being denied. I think those questions being asked are not just to AA and HPI populations, it's actually to the broader population. But when asked, it puts it into the context of especially Medicare, Medicaid, but also it starts to ask those questions of the system itself. So I would recommend that for all of us, which is as we think about this, this is going to be a part of all of the work that we do, and that I think we have to tee up the next commission so they can get started without having to repeat what we did, or I think to Commissioner Blue's comments, also prioritize and saying, here are things that are in motion, here are things that you may want to take up as a priority in the next commission. So I think there's an opportunity here for us to think about how those, but as we're thinking about, and I'm going to use this as my wrap up too, just to say, as the next commission meeting, we are going to have to focus on the final report. So we're not going to be able to have a huge amount of time on new recommendations. Hence, if we could put this into what we would like the next commission to look at, that would be great. We're not going to nitpick the final report, so let me be clear on it. What we need to do in the next final report, and when we have a conversation on the final report, is really look at it as the intent of what we are trying to carry forward in this commission being done, and are we achieving the goal that we had set out as the beginning of the commission to send out at the end of this commission. And I think as you read your recommendations, as we get to the final report, please read it with that mindset, because we could nitpick every word and we'll never get through the commission report. It's going to take a long time. But what we need to ensure is that the intent of what we started with, the intent of each of the subcommittees and the work that we were doing and making sure that that is being carried forward. And then how do we set up the next commission for success so they can carry forward the work based on all of the work that we have been doing, and that work can continue to build upon this set of work that is being done. So I think that's the important part of it. I just want to say I am grateful to everything that Sarah's leading. She gave me credit for it. I have done no work on it, just to be clear on the final report. They have been doing all of the work on it, and I want to make sure that they get all of the credit for it because it is a lot of work. And I know how much time it has taken Grace, Kimberly, Victoria, for the amount of work that you all have put into this. So thank you for the amount of work that y'all have done. And thank you for really taking on what is a very hard task of trying to take a lot of work and consolidating it into a report that is easy to read with all of the details behind it and ensuring that people can read it. Just a final comment on the report information. This is for people to consume. It's not for policymakers to consume. So we tend to want to write towards policymakers, and as they're looking at it, they're really thinking about how do people receive this information, not just what we want to convey. And that's the part that's important, and specifically agencies to want to read. And when we think about our recommendations, it's to the federal government. So we want to make sure that the government sort of wants to read it, not just all the great things that we wanted to do. And that's how they've been taking an angle on it. So it's important for us to just keep that in mind as the read. Commissioner Wong, I know you have your card up.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond a little bit to Luisa's question too, though. In terms of all the recommendations and trying to prioritize, that is not our job on the writing committee. And so I'm hoping that, given what Chief Commissioner Shaw just said, that you all in the various subcommittees will take that on. Okay, good. I just want to clarify that because I know. So please, I'm hoping that at least with your subcommittee that you will take the lead on that.
Commissioner Blue?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful if there was some criteria set up for each of the subcommittees to figure out how we prioritize, right? Because if I look at these recommendations, I'm like, they're all priorities, right? But I don't know what that criteria is, but I can think about it, but we should think about it, right? Because it'll make it so much easier if we had clear criteria.
Do you mean in the context of the report?
No, in the context of what recommendations we prioritize as subcommittees to make sure that the next commission understands that there's some follow-up work that has to be done. And these are the priority recommendations that we're recommending to you, new commissioners, to do some follow-up on it. They can choose to do it or not. I mean, it's still their decision, but at least have it on record that there was an attempt for this commission to really prioritize 77-plus recommendations.
So I believe in the summary that each subcommittee submitted, we had asked for that question. I would say some did that and some did not. So as I mentioned before, the process is iterative, so versions will go back to the co-chairs of your subcommittee, and then you as co-chairs can decide which of those recommendations you want to include. So it's really comes back to the subcommittees deciding which of the specific recommendations they feel they want specifically carried over as recommendations for the next commission.
Commissioner Kim?
So, Chief Commissioner Sonal, I really appreciate focusing in on who the audience will be. Like you said, we really want the federal agencies to be reading this, not necessarily the policy wonks. I think the second audience we really want to read are the ANHPI community. And I think just in general, it's hard to read 77 recommendations. So we were kind of talking about it on offline. Maybe there'll be a small group, and I'm happy to lead that, to figure out if we can also take everything that we've done, all the work for the past 2 years, and to put it into a deliverable form, a little bit more fun in a way, to be able to get the public more interested in at least hearing about what our recommendations are, whether it's kind of like a Schoolhouse Rock, like how do we get it? You know, we were joking a little about figuring out a rap version of it or whatever it is, with all of you participating at the last meeting. But no, but I mean, just like something that can
You're signed
capture-
up for rap version.
You know, I got my AI
You do
friend
not wanna
that's
hear
going to
me
be
sing,
able
I'm
to
just
do
saying.
this. So, but I just, you know, it's a suggestion, and we can try to come up with something, and then we can vote on it if it's, you know, we don't want to be too silly, but it's the idea of at least putting it in a digestible form for the ANHPI community. So that's just a recommendation.
Commissioner Nguyen?
It's funny that you say that. We're going to hold you to it, the rap video.
No, I said a little committee.
Right. And then, you know, in our last public meeting, we also, you know, reformed the Language Access Subcommittee, right, to a Communications Subcommittee as well. And so I think that's a good opportunity and a conversation. I'd love to include you in that conversation for us to kind of figure out, you know, what is kind of the next step with the communication component of the subcommittee. And so putting number 1, rap video, starring Kevin Kim.
Produced.
I think that will also happen in conjunction with WIAMPI and the OPE. Is that right? As to how we disseminate, distribute, and promote the report. As Victoria mentioned through our last recommendation, I believe we are planning to offer the report in at least 3 translated languages. So that is included. We've discussed other mediums as well, and again, ways to promote the report. So thank you for pressing on that.
Kevin, Commissioner Kim, you've now been relegated to all communications at this point. No, I'm just kidding. It was actually it's a great comment. I know you've mentioned it before too, which is important. The reason we sort of prioritized our initial, the initial audience is we wanted to make sure that the recommendations were being read by those who can implement them. But you're right in terms of how do we ensure we can convey to the communities that we represent in English that what was done during the commission. So I think that's a fair point. But again, I want to just remind everybody that the priority we put was just to make sure that these can start getting embedded into government as a start. Commissioner Victoria.
Yeah, just adding to what Kevin said, if it's a lot of work though, that creating a 2 to 3 minutes of videos of each recommendation presentation and putting it in somewhere on the commission page so that a lot of people, they won't read the whole narrative, but they can watch the videos and they can understand that. So that's an option to consider.
Another sign up for online performance. Commissioner Wong.
Well, one of our esteemed members is not here today, so I think we should assign it to the person that has the most experience in the artistic creative space.
I already had him in mind, don't worry.
Be careful of not joining a commission meeting. You will get assigned. No, and thank you for all of these comments. And thank you for all of the work that has gone in. I just want to say, as we sort of, before we wrap today's meeting, I just want to say thank you to all of the commissioners and each of the subcommittees for the amount of work that has gone into building 77 plus 5 recommendations. And those are important, not just for the communities, but also for the government to operate in a way that represents all of the country and everybody, and especially our communities. So it's super important to have that. I do think that the next commission meeting is going to be important for us to be focused and to make sure we can think through. And I think, again, thinking about once we read the commission report, agree to the commission report, then we can also have a conversation on how we get the report out to our communities and what's the best way of it being read and heard. And I think that's an important conversation we can have, and it will be an important conversation. I think also setting up the next commission for success so they can carry forward much of what has been done here and keep moving, I think would be great, because this is an ongoing process, as we all know, and everything takes a bit of time. And so the more we can do that, the better it will be for the next commission. Commissioner Yang, you have a quick comment?
I know you're trying to close out, but I was just thinking about what you just said in preparation for this meeting and meeting with many community members. I think we should not take it for granted that they understand what happens within that bubble in Washington, D.C. And so I'm also committed to working with whoever and whatever team to ensure that the work that we do really does translate into action at the local level as well, too. And I think, I wanted to take a second to just welcome all of you to St. Paul, Minnesota, home of the second largest Hmong American community in the United States and the largest Asian American community here in Minnesota. But I have to say that even though I've been serving on this commission for the last few years, people don't connect the federal policies with their daily lives. And so a lot of the time, I've been very dependent on community organizations to translate that into, people's lives. And so I think having these meetings in communities is really important, and that I hope that this tradition carries on with the next commission, and also to ensure that while we're talking about policies, that there are community organizers out there who understand and who can also bring community to the table. That partnership is so critical to ensuring our success. We can talk all we want about policies, we can print as many policy paper as possible, but without community organizers involved in translating it into not only different languages, but into practical, actionable steps, I think it's just a lot of time that can be wasted if we're not careful. So I just want to, really say I appreciate all of you being here in Minnesota. And, a lot of us felt sad that you were going to just fly across the country and fly over us. And so I think this is a demonstration that, Washington, D.C. policymakers and Asian American leaders do care about the Midwest, especially places like Minnesota. So I hope that you'll come back, but I hope that, I can be a part of, the work that you're doing to make sure that, all of our community organizers and community, most impacted people are involved and at the table constantly. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Yang, thank you for that important, first of all, thank you for welcoming us here. You have been incredible and an incredible advocate for us coming to St. Paul, Minneapolis, the Twin Cities. Really appreciate it. One comment I think that she made that we should just keep in mind, our jobs, even though we're on this commission, the next one will be the last commission meeting for this year, doesn't end there. So taking all of these recommendations, we are also the translators. It's not just what's done by the commission or WIAPI. It really is about what we all can do and how we can go back to our communities and explain the link between federal, state, and local, and why these pieces matter, and why each of us served on this commission, and what we can do to help with those translations is also very important. And I think the more we can sort of empower each and every person to remember why it matters. And you know, this was not just some high-level, highfalutin policy. This was just about how it impacts every single community member's lives when these policies get implemented, and how it affects lives matters. So I think just remembering that, and we are the extension of the commission, but we are also the extension of our communities. So thank you for all of the work. We're going to take a 15-minute break so Ambassador Tai can join us and talk to us. Absolutely, Commissioner Kim.
I just wanted to thank the live interpreters that were here today. I mean, I know it's part of the pilot program, and I was just looking through all the deck and all the acronyms that the federal government uses. I can't even imagine how they were able to figure all that out, but I'm sure they got through it, and just a credit to all of them. So I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Absolutely. Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and when Andrew says yes, we can all move. everybody. To those online, welcome back. It is now my honor to introduce our commission's co-chair and fearless leader, Ambassador Catherine Tai. Ambassador Tai was sworn in as the 19th U.S. Trade Representative on March 18th, 2021. As a member of the President's Cabinet, Ambassador Tai is the principal trade advisor, negotiator, and spokesperson on U.S. trade policy. Prior to her unanimous Senate confirmation, Ambassador Tai spent most of her career in public service, focusing on international economic diplomacy, monitoring, and enforcement, including as Chief Trade Counsel and Trade Subcommittee Staff Director for the House Ways and Means Committee in the U.S. Congress, and as an experienced World Trade Organization litigator. She previously developed and tried cases for the Office of the United States Trade Representative and eventually becoming the Chief Counsel for China Trade Enforcement. It is such an honor to have you here and really appreciate all of the incredible work you have been doing on a worker-focused trade policy for the U.S. government. So those of you that have not had time with Ambassador Tai, she is an incredible leader for our community, and it's amazing that she is the first AANHPI leader of USTR. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Ambassador.
Thank you so much, Sonal. And hello, everyone. It's so great to see all of you and be here with you in person. I know that the last time that you met in Las Vegas, I wasn't able to join in person, so it's extra meaningful to be here in St. Paul. Now, I don't know if any of you remember, but in my recorded remarks for that commission meeting, my speechwriter remembers this, I made a joke that what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but not in your case. So I wanted to bring that back up because I want you to know that your work is making a real difference, and it is reverberating far and wide, making positive change in people's lives. Good things don't stay in Vegas, and you are all using your talents in service of the common good. So thank you for all you are and all that you do. Every time I have a chance to be with all of you, especially when it's in person, I actually get a little jealous. I wish that I could just be a part of your commission meeting and stay all day because I'm so tremendously inspired by all of you. This commission really does represent the community of communities of the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander people that are represented through all of you, the excellence that is represented in this group, and the cross sections and intersectionality of where you sit in our economy and in our society, I think is just brilliant. Each one of you is brilliant, but when brought together for this purpose of being on this commission, I think that we are tremendously lucky to have all of you. I wanted to give some examples of your real-time contributions in your work as commissioners. A very real and practical example is that I understand that this meeting is being interpreted simultaneously in 4 languages: Hmong, Korean, Mandarin, and Vietnamese. This is a direct result of the Language Access Subcommittee recommendation from just this past February to ensure live interpretation of all commission meetings going forward. I know this meeting is the pilot, but this is such a tangible way of making sure that we tackle barriers one at a time. We don't just identify them, but we actually start creating the tools to overcome them. I also want to commend you for your recommendation from May 2022, so this over 2 years ago, to update the minimum standards for federal data on race and ethnicity. And there's good news here too. You already heard from the amazing Nani Coloretti earlier today, but her agency, the Office of Management and Budget, announced just this past March that it would make those changes that you recommended. And this is going to make a really big difference because having better data is so critical to policymaking. We can't change things, especially we can't change things for the better, if we don't understand how our policies are affecting the different parts of our communities. So this is a really important step, and it's all because of your work. Thank you again for that. I understand that also earlier today, you heard from the amazing team from our sister agency, the independent U.S. International Trade Commission. And I want to emphasize that having better data also lies at the core of our work at USTR to improve our work in U.S. trade policy. 3 years ago now, I asked the U.S. ITC to conduct one investigation followed by another separate one. One was on the distributional effects of trade and trade policy on U.S. workers, and the second one was on the impediments and opportunities for Pacific Island trade and investment. And as you heard from members of my team and our U.S. ITC colleagues, there is currently very little information that is gathered on the impact of trade on AA and NHPI communities. So this is why last January, I asked the U.S. ITC to gather additional data specific to our communities. The second report, the Pacific Island report, outlined several impediments and challenges for those communities, including climate change and infrastructure challenges. These studies are the bedrock starting points for us to better understand how we at USTR can take the lead on deploying trade policies to benefit more people. Your input has also been invaluable. This is already with your time and your talents. You have worked tirelessly over the last 2.5 years since you were sworn in by Vice President Harris in February of 2022. And let this sink in. The work that you have done includes the approval of 77 recommendations that were transmitted to the President. That is simply an amazing record. I know that this work is hard, but let's not lose sight of how you are having that significant, lasting impact on people's lives. I want to recognize and thank Ajay Bhutoria, who I understand is rolling off the commission at the end of this month and who is here with us today. Ajay, thank you for your service so very, very much. I also understand that Nahid Qureshi rolled off the commission a little earlier this year, so I also want to take this opportunity to thank her for everything she has done as commissioner. And we will miss both of you, and we'll do our best to do you proud. We know because there is more work to be done. As long as prejudice, discrimination, hate crimes persist, as long as we face inequities, our work will be cut out for us. But I want you to know that from President Biden and Vice President Harris on down, our administration has your back. I have your back. And I know that all of you have our backs. What we cannot do as individuals, we can more than accomplish as a collective and as this collective. And that's because you understand the power of doing this together, pushing and pulling for one another as one, just as we have been doing for the past 3 years now. Because our communities are diverse. We're all different, with different backgrounds, histories, and cultures. But we are united in our cause to work together to perfect this union of ours, to make it better for those that come after us. This is what makes us strong, and this is what makes us resilient. And this is why the listening session you're holding tomorrow is also so important. This is why the economic summit is so important. So thank you for bringing more people into the fold, because inclusivity is not just a buzzword. It is a guiding principle and a vision for America. To be clear, President Biden often says that this administration is building an economy where more people get their fair share of the pie. And that's exactly the work that we are doing here. It's about expanding the table and bringing more voices to the table. It's also about incorporating more of those voices into our policies and crafting tangible, practical solutions to people's problems. This is the work that I get to do alongside all of you as partners, and I am truly grateful for that. These last few years have had high points and low points. The shootings in Monterey Park and Half Moon Bay and the Maui fires, those really hurt. When I visited California and Lahaina and met with the community members there, I was reminded so tangibly that our work doesn't happen in a vacuum. I am reminded constantly that our economy is made up of our people. And it's my duty and our collective duty to make sure that our policies work for those people who are us. Day in and day out, your devotion is moving us forward. And it may be hard sometimes to feel the progress, but please know that you are making an enormous difference. In closing, I want to recognize some of my partners on this work across the administration. I want to express my deepest gratitude to my friend and co-chair, Secretary Becerra. Thank you also, Nani, for coming out to Minnesota. Thank you to the U.S. International Trade Commission team for joining us today. Kota Mizutani is also here with us from the White House Office of Public Engagement. Thank you, too. And of course, my sincere thanks to Erica and to Crystal for your leadership. We couldn't do any of this without you. Thank you again, everyone, for your excellence, your talent, and your dedication. You do all of us proud. Thank you.
Okay, let us, I think, first of all, Ambassador, thank you for this. And let us know when we're off, and Andrew will let us know.